All the flows. Really
Okay, so like that.
Foundation goes in the opposite direction.
Okay.
Yeah, because like, what is the point of it? There's systematic shifts in that. So they just have something again. Hello, I'm not using a microphone. We have Wendy. Same rules as usual, nothing the first 5 minutes, nothing the last 5 minutes, and use microphones. I'm not setting the precedent right now, but microphones are around because people are listening on YouTube. Wendy, the floor.
And respect the MBR code of conduct.
Conduct as always. This is day 4. We are all there. Yeah, the NBR code of conduct. Thanks.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much to the organizers for putting our paper on the program. This is joint work with Alex at Brown and Philip, who's here in the audience. The title is The Savings Wedge, and this paper is about whether or not economies over or under accumulate savings, so whether we over or under invest. And as economists, we have sort of a classic answer to this question already in the form of the golden rule capital stock. So you can think that, private agents have their own private incentives to save from precautionary motives or their life cycle. But as a whole, we can accumulate so much savings and so much capital that we push marginal product of capital down, we push interest rates really far down. And essentially that next unit of capital is costing us more in upkeep than it's generating in resources. So we're sort of over accumulating capital. At the same time, you can think that if we're saving below the golden rule capital stock, then in a sense, you could say that maybe we are under accumulating capital, at least from the point of view of a planner who puts sort of sufficiently high weights on future generations. So, we think the golden rule captures this, very important intertemporal, intergenerational trade-off. And the nice thing as well is that it's not, trivial by any means, but at least the components of the golden rule, you could in theory go into the data and try to measure and make some kind of determination. So what are we going to do today? Well, we're going to try to persuade you that this kind of classic today versus tomorrow intertemporal trade-off, while very important, is going to miss some key channels that are introduced when you think about household heterogeneity. And we're going to think both about permanent or systematic types, permanent differences in households' ability to earn labor or earn returns, as well as uninsurable idiosyncratic risk to both labor income and capital income. And so what we're kind of after in this paper is to develop a golden rule that is sort of suitable for heterogeneous agent environments. And we're going to, have our golden rule be a set of measurable statistics. So we're also going to be able to go into the data and sort of make some kind of determination about whether or not we're over or under accumulating savings. So what do we have in mind? So what are these sort of like new things that capital is doing besides mediating resources between today and tomorrow? So to kind of fix ideas and to help with intuition, it's going to be useful to look at the budget constraints of a household. So the interperiod budget constraint of a household that's living in this sort of rich heterogeneous agent environment. This household's going to consume and save, and they're going to earn capital income and labor income. There's a lot of Greek floating around in this budget constraint, and that's coming from both idiosyncratic risk. We're going to call that the realization of idiosyncratic shocks to capital income epsilon K, labor income epsilon L, and these permanent systematic types throughout, we're going to refer to them as theta. So theta K is sort of your permanent return type, theta L is your permanent labor productivity. So what is accumulating capital going to do? Well, kind of the thing that's going to drive everything that we do today is that accumulating capital, in addition to transferring resources between today and tomorrow, is going to change factor prices in whatever period that it shows up in. So let's take just the case of idiosyncratic risk to start. So our household is going to be subject to uninsurable productivity shocks to capital income and labor income. And let's zero in on capital income just for now. So this particular agent in our model, you can think maybe they invest all of their money into a private business. They're like an entrepreneur, so they can't insure that risk. But their spouse goes off and works in like a really safe job in a competitive labor market. So their spouse brings home this, very, non-variable market wage. And so as we accumulate more capital, we push wages up and we push rates of return down. The spouse in the labor market is going to be bringing home, all else equal, more labor income. Their W will go up. That private business is going to have to pay its workers more. So its after cost returns are going to go down. So this family is going to be earning sort of disproportionately more income through the labor market than its capital income. And in a world in which its capital income is extremely risky, extremely variable, we're going to sort of switch or sort of shift the exposure of this family's income to risk. And you can make a kind of, exactly symmetric argument with labor income. So now this family, the wife who's going to work is working in sales and has a really variable commission. So her labor income is extremely variable and subject to these shocks. But they're investing all of their money in like a really safe, diversified, stock portfolio or something like that. And now in a world where wages are pushed up and rates of return are pushed down, we have sort of shifted the composition of this family's income away from something that was safe, the stock market portfolio, towards labor income, which is risky. And we have sort of amplified the exposure of this family to risk. And so basically the takeaway of this is that shifting factor prices shifts risk exposure. And that's something that like a planner is going to take into account that an individual saver is not. And you can make sort of an analogous, comment with permanent heterogeneity as well. So we're going to have households who are sort of disproportionate labor earners and households who are disproportionate capital earners. So to sort of fix intuition, think like a really extreme case, like a capitalist worker economy. And in that world, that increase in W and that decrease in R is going to sort of be a good thing from the point of view of workers. It's going to, of the total pie, it's going to move more of that towards workers away from capital income earners, and that's going to have redistributive consequences that the planner is going to care about. So in this paper, we're going to try to build a framework that's going to sort of incorporate all of these competing and countervailing forces. And we're going to try to quantify the relative strength of these forces as a function of measurable statistics so we can kind of make a determination about what's going to sort of net out as a net positive or net negative. Just to, preview our results. So sort of unlike what we saw yesterday, Pareto weights are going to be sort of like a crucial input into our wedge. And so you're going to have to sort of, put on your philosophy hat and make some kind of determination about how much you care about future generations and how much you care about different types. Our baseline savings wedge or our baseline savings criterion, we're just going to have everyone weighted equally. And in our criterion, we're going to sort of across the board over our entire sample find a larger wedge than what would be implied by a more traditional golden rule criterion. And that's going to be driven by two things that we're going to find in the data. First, our measure of idiosyncratic capital income risk, we're going to measure that as like the variance of these idiosyncratic shocks, is going to be significantly more severe than labor income risk. It's going to be about 3 times the size. And so if you think about that risk channel, we are now dampening the really risky source of income at the expense of increasing the less risky source of income. So on net, it's going to be positive in terms of risk exposure, more savings. And then with these egalitarian Pareto weights and no general rational discounting, we're going to be putting plenty of weight on the young, plenty of weight on the poor. And in our sample in the data, those are going to be sort of disproportionately earning their income through labor income. So those redistributive effects are also going to sort of point towards more saving. And to give you sort of a rough number, and I'll be extremely clear how we get these numbers when we derive the wedge, but a traditional golden rule through our lens would, through our sort of early sample from the 70s through the early 90s, suggest that the US was maybe under saving, or our savings rates were 10% too low. So you could think of a 10% savings rate should be an 11% savings rate. Our savings wedge is actually going to say it's much larger than that. Our savings rates are 29% too low. In the later sample, the sort of naive golden rule might suggest that we're oversaving by a slight amount, and our savings wedge is going to point to being about optimal. But these results are going to be very sensitive to which Pareto weights that we put in. So we're going to do some robustness and show you exactly how much you care about inequality or how much you care about risk, how much you care about the future impacts the size of these numbers. Yes.
Question, just because you mentioned like capital income risk. I mean, in reality, across the income distribution, the exposure to risk of individuals varies a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all kind of loaded of this type of risk, all loaded at the top.
Absolutely.
But at the bottom, people.
And that's going to be a key feature in our.
So you're going to have this feature as well. Okay,
Absolutely,
just because you didn't talk about it. So
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Sorry. So this was maybe too simple of an exercise, but you can imagine that we're going to separate people into these kind of permanent types. And your type's actual ownership of capital and exposure to risk is going to be a key ingredient into how big of a problem that is. Yeah. Okay, great. So, yes.
So can I ask another question just on motivation? So your benchmark is like the golden rule, and that's like a steady state criterion.
Well, I mean,
But often we think about, say, the modified golden rule as being the kind of appropriate level when once you take into account all the transitions. So so when you're doing this with heterogeneous agents, are you also thinking you just want to think about what's the optimal level savings in kind of a steady state, or you want to take into account transitions to get
no,
there?
you should be thinking, we're doing the transition the entire time, and you should think about the modified golden rule as really being our benchmark. And so exactly the thing that Cass and Shell do in the modified golden rule, where they put like a discount on the future generations, we're gonna have exactly that. So you really, the modified golden rule is really the most natural benchmark. Yeah.
Can I also ask another
Yeah.
question? So you say it's sensitive to choice of Pareto weights, sort of relating a bit to Joao yesterday. Is it also sensitive to choice of utility function and things like monotonic transformations of utility?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The answer is I'm going to persuade you no. I'm going to persuade you that we're going to do this trick so that you can kind of get around actually having to put a functional form or take a stand, and you can do, it's going to be robust to monotonic transformations. We are going to do everything within CARA, like CRRA utility. So, you know, our functional forms and our exact form of our wedge are going to assume that we're in that class, but as long as you're in that class, what we're doing is going to be robust to, you know, affine transformations of any CRRA utility function. Okay, great. So, in terms of our literature, the papers that we think are sort of our most direct antecedents are sort of like Diamond and Cass and Shell. People who are explicitly thinking about what are the welfare implications of adding additional savings, adding additional capital, sort of this sort of like old school literature. And then more recently, the Davila et al. Paper and the Kruger et al. Paper, who are sort of incorporating some of the channels that we have in mind, in particular, kind of the welfare consequences of idiosyncratic labor income risk. And so relative to this collection of papers, what we're going to do is we're going to present this kind of unified framework that's able to sort of absorb like a more expansive or a richer set of heterogeneity. And in doing that, we're going to show all these interactions between these two channels, number one, which are, you know, sort of not there when you consider them sort of one at a time. But in addition to that, we think our real contribution is going to be our like measurable statistics. So we're going to take our wedge and we're going to do a second order approximation, and we're going to, you know, take it to the data so that we can also make some kind of over or under accumulation determination in the data. You can't, you know, write a paper that has R's and G's in the introduction without, you know, at least mentioning the dynamic efficiency literature. And, you know, for those of you who need a refresher, right, dynamic efficiency, we mean, can we increase consumption in a period or a state without lowering it, aggregate consumption in another period or another state? And our savings wedge is going to sort of incorporate the same intertemporal trade-offs that are kind of driving dynamic inefficiency, but we're doing something very different than dynamic inefficiency. So dynamic inefficiency is going to be neither necessary nor sufficient for our notion of over or under accumulation. So I'll kind of like put a pin in that, and I promise that in a few slides I will come back and like be very pedantic exactly how what we're doing is different than an efficiency criterion. And then I think we also think of ourselves as being related to this sort of like measurable over or under accumulation literature. That literature has taken aggregate uncertainty really seriously. And I think for those of you who are hoping to see like a really sophisticated R, really sophisticated measure of a marginal product of capital, you're going to be pretty disappointed. We're using, you know, we have no aggregate uncertainty in our model. We're kind of going in a different direction and just adding all this rich heterogeneity, but sort of our to-do list, our next step, I think, is to add aggregate uncertainty into our framework. Okay, so the model that we're going to derive our wedge in has the following features. Households are going to live for H periods, and within a period, they're going to be split into these J types. And if you're a household who is age H, type J, you're going to supply labor exogenously to all firms. So we don't have endogenous labor, although we have an extension with that. Your type J is going to control your permanent labor productivity type. That was that theta J that showed up in the first budget constraint. And your labor income is also going to be subject to sort of a traditional kind of Iagari style productivity shock. Households are going to have a bunch of different things they can save in the full model. So they're going to have a risk-free one-period bond. They're going to be able to invest capital into a stock market. And of course, because we want to think about uninsurable capital income risk, they're also going to be able to sort of be entrepreneurs and invest capital into private firms. Their J is also going to kind of govern their type-based returns, so their permanent entrepreneurial productivity. And their private firms are going to be subject to idiosyncratic risk that because it's private, they can't insure. All the firms we're talking about who actually use capital and labor are going to be intermediate goods firms that are monopolistically competitive, and we're going to have a government with some simple fiscal policy. So this is going to be our full model. This is the model that we're going to end up taking to the data. But when we try to present the wedge in this full model, there's a lot going on. So to sort of fix intuition, we kind of strip down our model in the first part of the paper just to sort of the essential ingredients that we need to get across our point, to get across sort of like the intuition for the channels that we have in mind. So the first simple model I'm going to present to you today, where we derive the wedge for the first time, so it's really clear what I'm doing, is just going to have two periods, an old and a young. We're only going to have a single asset. So the only thing that households can invest in is sort of their own private firm. And again, it's not because we think that's realistic at all. This is sort of just like the minimum number of ingredients we need to derive our wedge. We're going to strip out the other assets, strip out monopolistic competition, strip out fiscal policy, et cetera. So this is going to be the simple model. And then we're going to come back to the general model, show you what the wedge looks like there. And that's going to be the thing that we take to the data. Okay, so our simple model. Again, we have two periods, and all of the unit mass of households is going to be split between each of these generations and each of these types equally. Labor productivity is going to be the theta. So this is a type J labor productivity for the young and for the old. This is their permanent entrepreneurial skill. They're going to form utility over consumption when young and when old. And again, we're going down to this like really simplified, stylized single asset model. So the only thing they can save in is capital invested in their own private firm. They're going to have labor productivity shocks, which are going to be called epsilon. They're entrepreneurial when they operate their firm in the sort of the second period of life. That's going to be epsilon K, the productivity shocks of their private firm. And just for now, just so that the wedge is as simple as possible, we're going to assume that those shocks are not covarying. That's not essential at all. In our original formulation, we had all the covariance terms. It's just so that the wedge looks a little bit nicer. But you can absolutely have them covary if you'd like to. So when a household is young, they're going to work and they're going to invest capital into their private firm. And when they're sort of old and they're operating their private firm, they're going to have this Cobb-Douglas production function. So you can see there the permanent productivity type, the idiosyncratic shock. Just a note on timing. So we're kind of airlifting this formulation directly from Angeletto's 2007. So they're not going to know the realization of their shock before they make their capital investment when they're young. But they wake up when they're old, their capital's already installed, they realize their productivity shock, and then they decide how much labor they want to hire. So they can make their employment decision knowing their full productivity. Aggregate productivity is deterministic. It's just growing at G. And we have, the following expression for profits. This is not working again. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So sort of this nice little trick. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
A quick clarification question. I didn't see a K0, so you didn't come into life with any capital. So what
No.
happens when people die? Do
They
the
just the capital is
they eat
transferred
all
with
their
the
capital?
goods and they consume it. Yeah.
Is that going to be also true in the full model? Because I would think that maybe the initial endowment of capital could be distributed in particular ways. Because here, for instance, the only way you can accumulate capital is by having high labor income and having a high labor income type early in life. So
Yeah, we don't have any notion of sort of like bequests and people starting out with an endowment of capital in our full model, but I think we could easily extend that, and it would change the form or the weights in our formula, but I don't think it would change the form. But I think that's a good extension. Thanks. Okay. Great. So we're sort of also airlifting this nice result from Marios's paper that because we have constant returns to scale production and everyone's going when they hire labor to the same single competitive labor market, in general equilibrium, like when you solve it out, we can write people's individual returns as the products of their idiosyncratic risk, their permanent productivity, and sort of the average or aggregate marginal productive capital. So that's going to be sort of like useful formulation for us. So you can think of that people's individual capital returns are going to be multiplicatively divided into this sort of luck, type, and an aggregate component. Why does an aggregate marginal product of capital matter for these individual firms? Well, that's just coming from labor markets, right? So if you invest more individually, you bid up the price of labor, you bid up wages, and that cuts into the returns of your fellow entrepreneurs. Okay, so we're going to define what we're going to call throughout this the laissez-faire equilibrium. So the equilibrium that sort of we just let the economy go, there's no intervention. And that's just a path of allocations and prices where households are choosing their own investment, their own savings in their private firm to maximize their utility. Firms are choosing labor to maximize profit. Labor markets and good markets clear. And there aren't capital markets formally here because everyone's just investing in their private firm. But we're going to define aggregate capital here in this sort of like total efficiency units. And so sort of this may be trivial, but under this laissez-faire equilibrium, everyone's going to choose their own personal investment, their own personal savings rate for their own private motivations, right? So everyone's choosing their investment just to zero out their Euler equation. And we're going to use this sort of script E to denote a type J's Euler equation. And so the entire project here is to evaluate this allocation, to put some kind of determination on whether or not this is good or bad, whether or not we're over or under accumulating capital here. And so, oh yeah,
In that case,
which one?
in your aggregate
This one?
K,
Mhm.
there's the same number of, say the KJs are potatoes. They're just flat potatoes. And it's because they're linked to people, you're saying there's the same potatoes, but Adrian's got a good theta and W. So when you put it through the equilibrium, it's as if you have higher, but it's still all those are the same KJs.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
And so in terms of resources and stuff, it's just brick or something like that. But when Adrian builds a brick thing, he's way more productive than I am. So he's going to get a lot more sort of efficiency units of capital out of that or production out of that than I am. But yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, so we're trying to evaluate this equilibrium. How are we going to do that? We're just going to think about the problem of a planner who has the ability to just mandate a different savings level. So this is a pretty simple exercise. It's sort of the same exercise that's in Davila. It's the same exercise that's in Cass and Shell. And the idea is that they're going to have their own private motivations to save. What if we could just tell them to save a different amount? What would the welfare consequences of that be? So we're going to have this notion of social welfare where we're going to put this constant discounting on generations, gamma. So, and then this within period lambda J that's going to be constant across periods, Pareto weights on different types. So this is the sense in which like this is sort of the entire transition, and the modified golden rule would be that basically R minus G should be proportional to the inverse of this discounting, right? Okay, so they're going to, we're just going to look at how could we change social welfare if we modify the investment of all of our agents by a small amount, but we still have to respect budgets and firm optimization and goods market clearing, et cetera. So the basic intuition that we had from the start is that households are not going to internalize the change in factor prices, but the planner will. So what does that look like? So a marginal change in social welfare from 1 cent more of saving is going to be separated into two things. So we're basically asking households to depart slightly off their Euler equation, that their I satisfied their Euler equation. It was their own private motivation to save. We're asking them to do something different. So the bigger the change, we're going to start distorting their Euler equation. But then on top of that, there are going to be all these sort of GE benefits to changing factor prices that households are going to ignore. So our wedge that we're interested in, and where we sort of measure it and evaluate it, we're going to measure it locally at the laissez-faire allocation. So that's going to mean that all of these distortions, just like the typical envelope kind of argument, everyone's on their Euler equation. So these distortions are going to zero out. And this, small incremental change is just going to be proportional to this GE effect we're going to call mu, and this is going to be our notion of our wedge. You can think of, why do we call it a wedge, is essentially the wedge between the planner's marginal value of additional capital from the point of view of the planner and from the point of view of individuals. So what's inside this wedge? If this wedge is positive, we could say we're under saving, so there's a value to more saving. If it's negative, we're over saving. So this is our first result, but these 3 channels are going to map onto exactly the channels that I mentioned in the introduction. So just a bit of notation, just to economize, we're going to refer to CHIs as the total share of labor income that's earned by type Js who are age H. And similarly, the size are going to be the total amount of capital income that's earned by type J households. So with that notation in place, our savings wedge, the difference between the marginal value of additional saving between an individual and our planner, can be decomposed into the following 3 terms. So first here we have this idiosyncratic risk term. So we remember that as we add additional capital, we are pumping up wages. So we are increasing sort of the weight on this labor income term. We are decreasing average rates of return, so we're pumping down the weight on this risk return. And so depending on which two of these shocks has like the biggest dispersion, that's going to govern sort of the welfare consequences of this entire term. So if, like, for example, there's a huge variance of these epsilon K shocks that was significantly more variable than these epsilon L shocks, then by adding more capital, we are taking away weight from here. And we are going to be decreasing the overall variance of this term. And so we're going to be sort of decreasing the risk exposure or the welfare costs of risk for this household. We have this static redistribution term. So this is going to be sort of the total share of labor income for a type J household relative to their capital income share. So again, think intuitively, we're doing capitalist worker. And capitalist worker, if J was the worker type, then this would be 1 and this would be 0. For the capitalist, this would be 1 and this would be 0. And so by increasing capital and changing factor prices, we're moving resources towards our worker away from our capitalist. And the welfare consequences of that are really going to depend on sort of the general social welfare weight or how much the planner cares about each of these types. Okay. And then the last term is sort of maybe the more traditional term, this dynamic redistribution term. If we save more, we accumulate more capital, there are going to be more resources, higher GDP in the next period. That GDP is going to be distributed to the young generation through wages, through their labor share. And depending on how much we discount them, if gamma is really small and we really don't care about future generations at all, then that term is going to be low. Okay, so this is just a bunch of, yes.
So is there heterogeneity within a type? So like, I'm just curious about how you can write U prime of C, J, T. Oh, it only depends on the type. Is that because there's sort of imperfect risk sharing within the type, or is that?
No, there's we sort of battled about whether there should be an additional I there for their realization of idiosyncratic shock. So there's going to be ex post heterogeneity within a type. We have this expectation here on the term.
So it's like the covariance across I's of the realizations of their marginal utilities and their epsilons.
Precisely, yeah. And maybe that notation's not super clear, but thank you. Yeah.
Can I ask you, sorry, this is stupid and
No.
someone already asked it. So am I correct that here everyone has the same private value of saving? So it's like everyone is on their Euler equation there.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so so what about borrowing constraints in these kind of things?
We don't have borrowing constraints yet in the, yeah.
But I mean, what does it mean for your exercise?
So what would that mean
Given
for our
that we do think that maybe there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, that's maybe something that we should add to our formulation. So that certainly means that this first term, that's going to be sort of like zeroed out for everybody, is not going to be zeroed out for everybody. So I think if people are off their Euler equation, then forcing them to save more is going to have these sort of like discrete rather than, zeroed out welfare effects. But other than that, I think the GE formulation goes through.
Maybe bound things. So you're finding that people are under saving. So now assuming that people are not borrowing constrained. So which way would it go? So if people are actually borrowing constrained, does it reinforce that or does it undo it?
So I think our wedge term would not change because our wedge term is entirely contained in like your sort of externalities, the things that you're not internalizing on other people. So our wedge term is the gap between the private costs of changing the savings rate and the social planners costs. So I think the sort of first order effects are going to be kind of contained in the private costs. And when people are off their Euler equation, but you're asking them to do something different, that's going to be sort of their, we could just write down their formulation of their private benefit. But I think in terms of, whether you are or are not on your borrowing constraint, if you, invest one more unit of capital, that's going to have these same GE effects. So I think the savings wedge is not going to change at all. But we should think more about that. Thanks. Yeah.
Are we still on the version where you have the 2-period life for households?
Yes.
So they're going to all be saving. So there won't be a.
Well, I mean, we could in theory have a world where their labor income in their second period is so large that actually they'd like to take some of that into the current period.
Okay.
Yeah. But we are actually, I mean, in this case, I guess they're extremely constrained because we don't even allow them, there's no bond for them to borrow in at all, but we're going to add that back in the full model. Okay.
The question, for the two terms, you could group them together and obtain the Davila and Tal terms that would be equivalent to labor share minus capital share up to the factorization of
Yeah, exactly. So
the Pareto weight.
yes, exactly.
okay.
So this is exactly the Davila paper. So in a world when, they get sort of these capital income types in their simple 2-period model, which is sort of like their Iagari model runs for a long time. They have these permanent types, which are sort of wealth types. So that would translate into, if you have higher capital, higher wealth, you have, higher ability to earn capital income. So they're going to be sort of like wealthy and non-wealthy people. So there's going to be heterogeneity in these chi terms. And then they also have labor income risk. So there's going to be uninsurable idiosyncratic labor income risk. And our reading of that paper is their entire determination of whether or not they're using the word constrained efficiency, but whether or not there's, more saving would be good or bad is just a competition between these two terms is how we're reading the Davila paper. Okay. The types are permanent. So it's not going to matter at the margin. So whether or not these permanent types, the type-based returns came as a result of scale dependence or permanent, skill or something like that is not going to measure in the margin. You could imagine though, as we deviate from our laissez-faire, as we move away, whether or not it's type dependent or scale dependent will matter. Yeah. Okay. Wow. I really did not give myself a back button. That's great. No, this is fine. It's my own. This is user error. Okay, great. So I need to move on a little bit more quickly. So these are just sort of a theoretical decomposition of the channels we have in mind, but to really kind of put ourselves anywhere in the same league as the kind of R versus G literature, we really want to be able to take this to the data and make some kind of determination of over under saving and in the US and across time and across countries. So what are we going to do? Well, this wedge is just essentially a sophisticated or complicated function of two random variables, the epsilon k and the epsilon L. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a second order approximation of this function around the mean values of those two shocks. So around epsilon k is 1 and epsilon L is 1. And that second order approximation is going to take this form. So I'm going to give you a little bit more notation. Those nus, the new HJ, are the Pareto-weighted marginal utility of the average consumption for a household who's type J. That's not the same thing as the Pareto-weighted marginal utility or expected marginal utility of consumption. So for our notion of a social welfare weight, it's going to be that nu times this chi, which is sort of our approximated adjustment for the fact that there's dispersion within a type. Eta here is going to be the relative risk aversion coefficient. So we're living within that class of utility functions, and sigma is going to be prudence. And so when we do this second order approximation, that same wedge, the thing that we're studying, is going to have the following form. So the first term is just that idiosyncratic risk term again. So what's the intuition here? Well, you can see it's sort of scaled up by eta. The more risk averse households are, the bigger a problem uninsurable risk is going to be. So the higher the stakes, essentially. So if we're going to amplify or dampen risk exposure through changing factor prices, just the consequences of that are going to be amplified as eta goes up. And because we're taking this second order approximation, we can kind of boil down all of this risk exposure just to these income weighted variances of the two shocks. So this is, to John Luca's question. It could be the case that capital income risk is, really extraordinary and really, really high, but it's only concentrated among like the super, rich guys. Who are the super rich guys? Well, they're just some type in our model. They're some type J. So it's really it's their capital income risk. Okay, the clicker's not working, but it's this, it's their capital income risk here that's going to mediate the overall welfare consequences of that channel. And the same thing with labor income risk. So labor income risk is really large. It's not just that the variance of these shocks is large. It needs to be the case that there's a lot of people who the planner puts a lot of weight on earning income through labor income that makes them matter for welfare. The mu r there is just our redistribution term. It's really just the term you saw on the previous slide, except for we've taken a second order approximation of the expectation of marginal utility so that we can take it to the data. So we're almost there. We're almost able to kind of not take a stand on the utility functions and just plug in arbitrary social welfare weights. But the one ingredient that's missing, the one thing that we don't yet have, is a way, without taking like a formal stand on the exact functional form of our CRA utility, we can't yet weight the marginal utility of one generation to the other, right? We have new O's floating around, and we have new J's floating around. So how are we going to do this without actually just like plugging in taking a stand on the utility function and taking some kind of ratio? And the trick that we're going to use, or the thing that we're going to use, is we're going to take advantage of the fact that by assumption, everybody, or at least some people in the model, we're going to assume everyone is on their Euler equation. So we can sub out the social welfare weight of the young with this following discount term. How did we get this? Well, we just took advantage of the fact that the marginal utility of the old is going to be linked to the marginal utility of the young. We're on a balanced growth path of the previous young themselves when they were young in t-1 through an Euler equation. And the marginal utility of the previous young, the guys who were young in t-1, and the guys we're actually interested in, the guys who are young today in t, are going to be linked on our balanced growth path through g, right? The guys, wages, everything is growing at rate g. So the young guys are going to be G% richer than their parents were at the same age. So what does this intuitively mean? This is kind of where R and G are going to show up in our formulation. The higher R, the higher the marginal product of capital, the more that this wedge is going to go up, and savings is going to be a good idea, because this is this intertemporal trade-off. This is a classic intertemporal. We're just going to be able to bring more resources into the future. So that's a good thing. But as G increases, essentially the welfare consequences of doing that are going to go down. Why? Because the young in the next generation are going to be G% richer. So we're going to care less about them because they're going to have like a lower marginal utility. So it's really a race between how many resources can we bring into the future, and doesn't really matter that we got resources into the future because those kids are going to be rich anyway. So who cares? Yeah.
I think I'm missing a little bit. So these C's are random variables, both because of the epsilon K's and epsilon L's statically, but also from the history, because if you have different epsilon K and epsilon L's in the past, you accumulate capital differently, right? And so I would have maybe expected, like, where does the capital accumulation term go? I can see how maybe you could have a U prime of expected CJ, like put the expectation times inside the U prime.
Yeah.
But I would have thought then there would be a history of those, or there would be like.
That's going to show up when we have a history and we have H periods, but there's really only, in this really simple baby model, it looks this cute because there's only one period where you can accumulate capital. There's no risk in the first period. Yeah. Okay.
Wendy, sorry, can I ask you a quick?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so in the argument I just made, am I understanding right that it's important that the Pareto weight, lambda J, right, it's the Pareto weight that you're putting on the old and the young of the same J type is constant? It's
Yeah.
the same for all generations.
Yeah.
Within every single generation, I'll care about the different types in exactly the same way relative.
Yeah. And we have also like an analogous thing where the ratio between the two generations is always going to be gamma.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if that was not true, then you couldn't do this trick. though.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Or we could do some version of the trick where if you specify what that ratio is, that ratio would show up here. It cancels because the lambda J's are the same. Okay. Okay, so in theory, this is something we can take to the data. But I really wanted to just pause really quickly. I think I have maybe 12. Yeah, I I got it. Thank you. I've got 12 more minutes. So I just want to briefly talk about how what we're doing is kind of different than like a traditional dynamic efficiency criterion that you usually see with RNG. So I think it's like easiest to see the difference between what we're doing and a dynamic efficiency criterion by kind of solving for our wedge and just looking at just this dynamic component. So we're going to basically take our measurable wedge, but we're going to do it in the Diamond 1965 economy. So we're going to go way back to the 60s and just think about this pure R versus G. And if you strip out all this heterogeneity that we've added, so we have no more uninsurable risk, we have no more types, there's just a single J, which is 1. And we're going to be really serious about being Diamond 1965. He had like workers and retirees, so we're going to load all of the labor productivity onto the young. So the theta of the old is going to be 0, so that we're literally in his economy. And in this world, our savings wedge collapses to this expression. And a special case of this expression where we're not discounting any future generations. So we're kind of thinking in steady state, or we're thinking that we're going to put equal weight on all generations. So the gamma is 1, which was sort of the exercise that Diamond was doing. And the special case where the coefficient of risk aversion is 1. In that world, whether or not we're under or over saving, whether or not mu is positive or negative, literally collapses down to just whether R is greater than G. So we're kind of labeling what we've done once we add back all of our bells and whistles as sort of a risk and redistribution robust golden rule. Why is this different than dynamic efficiency? It's kind of clear to see here. So you could, start with Diamond, and a lot of people started with Diamond and they went in the dynamic, they were searching for Pareto improvements. Where do the Pareto improvements come when R is less than G? Well, Pareto improvements exist. What is the Pareto change you have to make? You just have to decrease capital every period by 1 plus, if it's epsilon, you have to decrease it by 1 plus G times epsilon forever. And as long as you do that, you can have a Pareto improvement, but this one-time change in the capital stock would not be a Pareto improvement. If you only, decrease investment today, but you didn't let the people in the future decrease investment, they would be worse off. So that's not what we're doing. Our savings wedge is saying that we're going to be maybe potentially over accumulating in Diamond's world as long as R is less than G for a different reason. We're over accumulating capital in that world, meaning that just a one-time cut in the savings rate would actually increase welfare. Why? Because we're only going to get our resources tomorrow. The marginal product of capital is not that high relative to the fact that the kids are going to be really rich tomorrow anyway. So when R is less than G in our world, in Diamond's world, we're going to have overaccumulation because this one-time cut is worth it. Okay, so just oh yeah. Did you have a?
On you get 9.
Okay. So just a general comment on our general model versus dynamic efficiency. I'll kind of blow through this quickly. So traditional dynamic efficiency says you can't raise aggregate C in any date or any state if there's risk without lowering it elsewhere. So if R is greater than G in these sorts of worlds, in the Abel et al. World or their language, investment is a spout. But even in that world, our mu might say that we are over accumulating capital. Mu is negative. How could that be? Well, take aside risk for a second. We just have our types. In this world, we're dynamically efficient. No Pareto improvements exist. So there are some Pareto weights that would rationalize this allocation. But our comment is just that those arbitrary Pareto weights that would rationalize the laissez-faire might just be different than the ones that politically or philosophically we've decided we want to use. And if you think about the risk terms, so take away the types and just think about the risk, in a world where labor income risk is significantly higher than capital income risk, we have no Pareto improvements. So if you cut investment, you are going to cut aggregate consumption somewhere. But the comment might be that that decline in aggregate consumption could be worth it because even though the total pie is smaller, it's also less risky. And so that could be worth it from a welfare point of view. And similarly, if we're in the dynamically inefficient zone, so investments is sink, we could still be saying that we're undersaving. Why? Well, because cutting I could raise C at no future cost, but it could have bad distributional consequences, and it could also have sort of like subpar risk consequences. So we could get a higher aggregate C again, but it might not be worth it in terms of what happens to risk. Okay, last thing I'll do on theory before we jump to measurement is we're going to present these wedges and be able to say sort of like whether or not we're undersaving more or less than what the golden rule would say. But to put this in sort of terms of interpretable units, we would like to be able to have something like consumption equivalent variation or some way of saying kind of like, intuitive units, like not just that we're oversaving, but sort of by how much are we oversaving. And the choice of what units to put in is sort of ultimately arbitrary. So I'm very open to critiques and comments on this part of our paper. But the one that we're going to go with today is this sort of hypothetical where we have this planner and the initial exercise was that he was going to increase people's investment by a small amount. We're now going to sort of impose that we're going to increase or scale up or down investment by a uniform amount across everyone in the economy. So all types, everyone has to increase or decrease their savings by this single scaling factor, which we're going to call gamma. and sort of solve for the optimal gamma with this really sort of coarse instrument. And so the interpretation that we're going to have here, you shouldn't take this literally as like a policy that we think our planner's doing. We should just take this as sort of like a measurement device, kind of like consumption equivalent variation. So we have a mu in our laissez-faire. How big is that mu? Well, we could force everyone to increase their savings by 20% or 22%. And until we, distorted them, and forced them to increase their savings by 25%, the costs of the distorting the Euler equations would not equal the benefits of increasing savings. So it's just sort of like a way to put numbers or put sort of intuitive units on the sides of our mu. Okay, so our general model had all of these other features. It had multiple assets, it had monopolistic competition and fiscal policy, et cetera. So we're going to do this kind of an exercise, but now when we say uniform scaling of savings, we have multiple assets now. So we're going to have our planner scale savings of all assets. So keep the portfolio shares the same. So scale up savings in all assets for all agents by this constant factor. And that's going to be the way that we sort of put a number, we measure our wedge. Okay, so this was the wedge that you saw before. This was like our original wedge that we solved for in the simple model, where I've just sort of like lumped the dynamic redistribution and the static redistribution terms into the same mu r. And when we add back in all of these additional features, multiple assets, monopolistic markups, et cetera, long lifespans, you can see that we have a wedge that takes the exact same form. You still have these idiosyncratic risk terms that are a competition between the variance of the two shocks. You still have these redistribution terms that are these welfare-weighted sums of the labor income versus capital income of the different types. Except for now, the weights have changed. So just very quickly as an example, we have monopolist markups. So our firms are now going to have our market power in the labor market. They're going to mark down wages. And the bigger M is, the worse that problem is, and the lower wages are. And so that means that we, set aside additional capital, that's going to pump up wages, but it's going to pump up wages by like a smaller amount. So that's going to dampen all of the welfare consequences of changing that factor price. So I probably don't have time to talk through all of the intuition for everything, but you can kind of take away from this slide that as you add richness to the model, so as you add borrowing constraints or aggregate risk or other more sophisticated fiscal policy, we believe that kind of like the basic structure of the basic ingredient of this wedge will stay the same. It's just that the weights will get richer and more complex. So this is the thing that we're going to take to the data. So we're going to use the PSID to get all of our variance measures and our income share measures, and then take all of our kind of like aggregate terms from the literature. We're doing a very simple exercise to get people into these permanent types. So the PSID is a panel that Alex has cleaned really nicely. And your permanent labor income type, we're just going to take either a 5 or a 9-year rolling window of the income that we observe, and essentially just take the average income of that rolling window. And we're going to use that to put people into these permanent labor by capital income quintiles. So that's going to be like your theta J for your age. And to get idiosyncratic risk, we're just going to run the following log regression, which is going to have a time fixed effect and an individual fixed effect. So we can kind of cleanse out the part of your capital income that has to do with sort of the aggregates and has to do with your permanent type. And this residuals, we're going to call your idiosyncratic risk. This is the sort of log of our epsilon. So we're just going to assume normality to transfer it back into levels. And that's going to be our measure of variances. And Alex assures me that our measures are very in line with what else is in the literature. So we just wanted to have them for our groups and over time. So what is our wedge going to look like? So you can see in the black here that's that corollary I presented. This is sort of the implied savings wedge in the Diamond 1965 world that's driven entirely by R and G. And we're using the wrong R, we're using a bond rate, which is not the right marginal product of capital. So you can imagine this probably whole thing should be shifted up when we revise the paper. But just to sort of fix ideas, it implies modest oversaving in this early period, undersaving in the early period and modest oversaving in the late period. Our wedge is going to kind of predict significantly more undersaving. So more saving would be much better. What is that being driven by? Well, we can decompose our wedge into our risk and redistribution channel, and it's the same forces that I mentioned in the introduction. capital income risk is going to be significantly more severe than labor income risk. And so more capital is going to, be good from a risk mitigation point of view. Poor people and young people are going to be weighted heavily in our egalitarian baseline, and they're the ones who are going to be disproportionately earning labor income, and that's going to drive this sort of like high redistribution term in the early years. But this redistribution term is going to fall substantially in the later years. Why is that? Well, remember, the sort of weight that's put on future generations in our formulation is governed by R and G. And when R falls, it could be the case that the poor young households are disproportionate labor earners, but we're going to put significantly less weight on them in a low R world. Why? Because we're not getting that much resources into the future, and G is high anyway. They're already going to be rich anyway. So the sort of redistributive power of getting resources to the young is dampened, and that's going to make our redistribution term fall in these like low R versus G years. It's going to be very sensitive to our choice of Pareto weight. So we can essentially, even with egalitarian weights, we can completely kill our savings wedge by just assuming that we put very little weight on future generations. We care about each future generation half as much as our current generation. I'll wrap up. But very briefly, in laissez-faire weights, where we sort of like strip out the redistribution term, we put a lot more weight on the rich. Interestingly, that's going to have a similar shape wedge. It's going to kill the redistribution term, but it's going to put a lot more weight on the capital risk term because the rich people in our model are the ones earning all the capital income risk. And then we can just sort of translate that into these interpretable units and see that it's sort of a 29% lower or higher savings rate would be desirable. And we're about, doing correct on our savings rate in the later periods. Okay, so just very briefly to conclude, we're deriving this optimal savings criterion that we think is suitable for heterogeneous agent economies. And we link our criterion to a set of measurable statistics that can track the degree of over or under saving across time, and we think can be very easily adapted to models that are richer and sort of across time and in different countries. Okay, thank you so much for
This doesn't really work, it seems like.
It does work. No, it does. I
Are
promise.
people just not pointing?
No.
It works forever.
Eric, explain to this gentleman.
No, it all works with the.
It works.
It's
He didn't know what
we got it.
I promise you it works.
I made a joke and I lost a minute of time.
You're fine, he's fine.
All right.
I'm good.
It's because of where you're standing, he said.
Okay.
Exactly, it's okay.
It'll be.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Thanks for having us and putting us on the program. The title of this is Public Debt and Interest Rates. Eric Sager is my co-author. We're both at the Fed, so very seriously, the views here are ours and don't represent those of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve or any of the other persons associated with the Federal Reserve System. So we wanted to think about public debt and interest rates, and we think it's a particularly salient question today, given the large run-up in debt that we've seen over the last 25 years. It's over doubled. Obviously, this can have important implications for all sorts of policymakers, whether it be fiscal policymakers, you can think about it affecting debt servicing costs, or with monetary policy affecting the equilibrium interest rate, which is a key input. Typically, the conventional wisdom is that public debt crowds out productive capital. It raises the interest rate. Empirically, it's been estimated typically with a single elasticity, where they find a percentage point more debt to GDP leads to 2 to 5 basis points higher interest rate. When you represent this relationship just though with one elasticity, what you're going to omit is any sort of dynamics, any sort of differences in those dynamics depending on how the debt was accumulated, what the policy was used for, or the initial condition, what the level of debt is when the debt was acquired. We think all of those may be important, and so we want to revisit the relationship using a quantitative model with heterogeneous households. We're going to ask 2 questions today. One is we're going to say, does the composition, timing, and initial level of debt matter? And we find, yes, it does. There's a large variation in the dynamic effects from the different policies, and that this single elasticity is kind of an incomplete representation. And it's going to have 2 competing factors that are going to horse race when there's a policy. There's a direct crowd out from debt in our model, but then households are going to respond. They're going to change their savings, and that's going to offset some of this, and that's going to fluctuate over time. So given that we can't do this with just one elasticity, then we're going to say, well, given the composition and size of the debt that's been accumulated over the last 25 years, what does that mean for the interest rate within our model? We're going to show that it eventually increases it by 180 basis points, but importantly, only about half of it's phased in. So there's still significant upward pressure to come on interest rates from debt, all the debt that's been accumulated to date, assuming no additional debt is accumulated after today. So where do we fit in the literature most directly? We're going to fit in with just these estimates of the interest rate elasticity. But again, we're going to relax the assumption that there's just one representation and think about these dynamic responses. Obviously, there's interactions with a host of other work, the debt sustainability work, not saying that they did not incorporate a dynamic path in theirs, but we just want to focus on that dynamic path today. And then also with the natural interest rate, we're going to solve for just the Wexelian flexible price equilibrium real interest rate. We'll show there's dynamics. Some people say there's a relationship between that and the natural rate. And so in so much as previous papers have used that, we'll speak to that too. All right. So before presenting the full model, I just want to give you some ideas of the mechanisms so that you'll know which features of the model matter versus which features maybe are less important. So I'm going to do this very simply. I want to know what's the effect of a change in debt on interest rates. The one equation I'll write down here is the asset market clearing. I'm going to simplify it and just say private savings equals productive capital plus government debt. So if I expand this a little bit, what does that mean? That means the change in the interest rate is going to be the change in the marginal product of capital with the change in productive capital and how much debt changed that productive capital. Given productive capital, the level is important. We rearrange things where productive capital equals aggregate savings minus government debt. We can put that up into the top term. And what that means is that if I increase government debt, it's going to flow through in 2 places. There are going to be 2 channels we talk about. First, the debt directly crowds out 1 unit of productive capital in the simplified form. But in addition, it's going to change the household savings. And that response we'll call the savings channel. That could be dynamic over time. Think about it as a stim check. Households get some sort of resources. They might spend that down over time. You could also think that it's policy dependent, that a stim check may have a different savings response than the government spending more money on discretionary purchases. So all of that's abstracted from with this one single elasticity representation. And so we're going to relax that. And now we can move to the model. You could ding the bell too. That I'm good with 5 minutes. That was the part that I needed. All right, so now let's get into the model. It's a GE, incomplete markets, IDRE, Huggett-Bewley style economy. We have an OLG model. So there'll be idiosyncratic uninsurable risk. Households, labor productivity, there's risk there. They'll have an individual shock each period, and they don't know when they're going to die. They're going to choose how much to work and when to retire. And then on the late life savings motives, there'll be some medical expenditures here that vary with age. They'll get some warm clothes from bequests. We'll have a rigorous Social Security program. We're thinking all of these kind of model features are important if we want to target and get correct kind of the motives for savings so that we can get an accurate savings channel. On the government side, they're going to pay the debt services costs. They're going to do some consumption. They're going to provide transfers, and they're going to raise income with a progressive tax function. Firm is fairly simple here. We just have a representative firm with Cobb Douglas production. And the demographics also are fairly standard. We'll have J overlapping generations. There'll be some survival probabilities, SJ. Your likelihood of dying goes up as you age. We'll cap your life at some distant age of 100. You're going to choose when to retire. That's a decision J RET. And we'll bound that to an age range of around 10 years. It's an irreversible decision. We'll have population growth, so we'll be solving for the balanced growth path. For labor earnings, again, fairly standard. It's just going to be the product of the marginal product of labor, your individual productivity, the household's productivity at that age, and the percent of the endowment the households work. This gets split into the typical 4 components when you take the log. There's some sort of hump-shaped age profile. There's going to be idiosyncratic type kappa. This is the one piece of calibration I'll get you before the calibration is I'm going to discretize that to 2 types, so a high type and a low type. So you might hear me refer to that as I go on further. There'll be an IID shock and a persistent shock where we start with the baseline AR1 process, augment it with this high earners type. That's a low probability state, but fairly persistent if you end up into that. So we have incomplete asset markets where there's this non-contingent bond A. It pays the return of R, the marginal product of capital, and there'll be some borrowing that's allowed. Social Security, we tried to match the US program fairly rigorously in terms of the benefits because we're thinking, again, this is important for savings mechanisms. So it's a pay-go program where half is paid by the employer, half is paid by the employee, but that's capped at a certain point. Households' benefits are a function of their earnings over their whole lifetime. And then the match rate will be progressive and capture the features of the program along with when you retire. So if you delay retirement, you get a little bit more of a benefit after you retire. And if you retire early, it's a little less. So we have warm glow bequests here. The warm glow you get is fee A. So those bequests will be provided back to the households in terms of inter vivos transfers. So what happens is households die and they leave these bequests. They're going to be separated into pools for the high type and the low type. And then those will be redistributed to the living households within that type. The part that you get for a household that gets it is the share of those pool will be determined by your age to capture the idea that we tend to see in the data higher level of bequests on average for 50, 60-year-olds. There'll also be some medical expenditures that are just tied to your age, mu, once you hit age 70. And we'll have a program in here that just a government program here that if the medical expenses are so high that your resources wouldn't allow some small amount of minimal consumption, the government kicks in a subsidy to help you pay them. Okay. On the government side, they're going to consume, they're going to finance these subsidies. They pay interest on their debt. It's the same rate. They'll be able to finance some of this if they increase their debt. or pay it down, and then there's going to be a income tax.
Can you comment on your choice of having just short-term debt?
I'm sorry.
As opposed, I mean, it seems like it might be, it's kind of an important feature if you want to think about
The
volatilities.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean,
So,
I mean, in the data, the average duration of, I mean, it depends on I guess it depends on the period, which period you have in the model.
It's going to be an annual model.
Well, then,
Totally.
the
So
average
the
duration of debt
composition-
is more like 7 years, something.
Yeah,
8.
yeah. So the composition in that changes
might-
over
yeah.
time. So we'll look at different interest rates here. We'll look at like a 10-year rate, which is just that spot rate over the average over 10 years. That's an incomplete answer. We don't have this kind of risk from the government agency, and they're trying to control their composition. We could think about that if that interacts with the amount of crowd out and incentives for savings for households.
So on the G side, I was thinking, take two examples. One is it's big infrastructure spending. So the government borrows all this money, but they're building bridges, roads, hospitals, schools.
Yeah.
A, or B, we went from a high tax on corporate earning regimes, and they dropped it like crazy to make firms more willing to invest more, and they ran up the debt because of that. How can that not come in quantitatively into what happens? Because it's all crowding out capital. You're not crowding out capital if you're dropping tax rates on firms and making it much more advantageous to invest. And if you're building all this infrastructure, that's capital-like stuff. So does it matter if you get into the more detail on the G side?
So I think there's kind of two questions there. And obviously the answer is yes. I would not say no. So with regards to what the government's consuming, let's talk about that. If they're doing infrastructure versus if they're purchasing and
The government consumption, government investment.
Yeah, yeah.
About investment side.
Yeah, yeah.
Talk about consumption.
Yeah. So if they do the investment, that will have a different effect. We're going to treat it as government consumption today. What I think it will show up more is in some of these, it'll look more like a transfer to the household. And so you can kind of think of the impulse response as the kind of a weighted average of those two. It's definitely a place to go for the future. I don't have that today for you. I think I got through this. Yeah. So here's the asset market clearing condition. Households that have some savings, that's going to be split between the productive capital and the government borrowing debt. And then we're going to have a little bit of that debt offset by a foreign investor holding some of the public debt in the US. That foreign investor will be exogenous. We'll hold that level exogenous to begin with. I'll show you what happens if we allow a foreign investment response to different government debts, and you'll see it's quantitatively fairly small and qualitatively not important. So it's an annual model we talked about. The one thing I'll point out, we have a household, not an individual. And then for aggregates, we're matching, particularly on the government side, we're going to focus on the late 90s, early 2000s, because eventually we want to think about what was the implications of debt going up so much over the last 25 years. So we want our initial steady state to look like the beginning period. Production side, I don't think anything that interesting here. Also with demographics, we just take the survival probabilities from the data. This is what bequests look like. And so again, remember, if households leave bequests, those bequests are pooled across the ability types. And then how much you get for the living household is a share of that pool, depending on your age, which is the bottom left. This matches what we see in the data, is that bequests tend to come more post 40. And then there are these medical costs. We just heavily leaned on Karen Kopecki and others' work here with the idea that those costs kick in once you're 70. We've labeled these as a share of your average income. And then that minimum consumption floor will be 15% of average earnings. The utility function here, as your standard two forms, are two pieces. Consumption, households like, that's going to be adjusted for an adult equivalent scalar that changes with age. They dislike working while they're still working, where we have a scalar to match the number of hours worked, the Frisch elasticity of 1/2. And then finally, Chi2. This is a fixed cost of not having retired, so that we get an active extensive margin, and we can match about 70% of households retire by the age of 70. And then we have the warm glow from bequests if you leave them, with two parameters there, chi B and chi A. Chi B we calibrate to get the average level of bequests to be matching the data, and then chi A so that we get the distribution right, so that the far right tail of the distribution of bequests matches the size we see in the data.
Sorry, so the capital output ratio 2.6 is low because this is the 90s, or because you don't have housing capital?
No,
Or
it's
both?
because it's the 90s.
Okay.
And in the last couple annual revisions, those ratios have changed. I was really surprised too when I went back.
Okay,
when
but
we-
it's basically the initial steady state. So it's
somewhat
old.
that, but
Okay.
also somewhat these ratios, when you take fixed assets and durables, it's lower than what I had remembered it when I wrote my job market paper 15 years ago, for example. So those are probably the annual revisions or comprehensive.
So, how do you set the like costs of moving assets between capital and debt?
So that's frictionless in this economy.
Okay. But isn't that like first order for the question that you're after?
So I think that would lead to, slower propagation mechanisms in the dynamics. They wouldn't be nearly as fast, which I think is where you're headed. Which
Even
would,
just the level, like if the only thing that households can hold is it's got to have some component of the debt in it, then the return, the sensitivity to returns, which is ultimately what you're interested in, seems to matter for that.
Totally. Okay, so we do also run a sensitivity analysis, which I can advertise now, which is reduced form. It's trying to start to get there, where we have this illiquidity shock households face. And so that will, that does cause some sort of adjustment cost. It's not a debt versus savings, but it limits the ability for households to borrow, for example, or to dissave. It ends up, once I get there, that it ends up, there's these two competing mechanisms that largely cancel out, which surprised me. If you give me 10 minutes, I think it's easier to explain those mechanisms once you see the flexible version. Okay. This is the labor productivity. This is a Sharp audience, so some of these numbers look different than what you think looking at Greg's QE paper. Thank you, Greg. You may not remember, but you helped us very much because we needed to turn this into a household model for our AAJ paper. You helped us just re-estimate things using your approach on the household level PSID as opposed to the individual. So that's why there's a little difference there. And then with the AR1 process, we've augmented it to include this high earner part so that we can get the right side of the distribution, where it's a very unlikely thing that you enter it, but if you do, you stay in it fairly persistently. And we calibrate that to match the kind of right end of the distribution.
But you have like an annual calibration, right?
It is, but you need to think about that in terms of that times the mortality.
Okay.
So it's a bit lower once you take in the survival probability, because the household's going to be discounting by the beta times their likelihood of surviving.
Okay.
Just at the risk of putting more bells and whistles, is one thing that might be useful to do is to think about preferences that allow for even lower intertemporal elasticities of substitution.
Yeah.
So is that something you've considered?
We haven't considered it yet. I mean, I think that a lot of the mechanisms would play out like this illiquidity shock that I'm going to put in, but it is another modeling thing we could do.
It's a related point. So I think ultimately the way you want to think about your exercise is if households face a 1% higher interest rate, how much more savings do they accumulate? And that's the entire thing. Because the rest of the model is there is a sort of standard capital demand curve, and then you ask the question: if I raise debt, how much of that is absorbed by higher household savings versus
but the dynamics
less capital accumulation?
Totally, but the dynamics are going to be key. And what you'll see is there's some differences in who's important when
Okay,
the
that
dynamics.
sounds great. So we can get to that later, but just on this point, like for the steady state level, like the key thing is how much more asset accumulation is there if interest rates go up by 1%. And that is like super closely related to the elasticity of intertemporal substitution. So it's basically almost entirely determined by that sigma parameter.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of scale it up or down based on your calibration of sigma even. So it sounds like that's a super important robustness or kind of parameter that you need to, you need to report your results
Okay.
differently by sigma, just so we can kind of see, and you could kind of scale up and down the magnitudes a lot.
Okay, yeah, so what I can show you today is a change with regards to the MPCs, but I haven't done the long run, like the initial MPCs. But I hear you that that's what's going to control the dynamics in the long run interest rate.
Just to understand, what's going to matter is how you finance.
Yeah.
How you finance the increase in because that shifts the household demand curve.
You're stealing my punchline.
Well, okay, no, but I mean, just to yeah.
I totally agree. Like, yeah. So so those are the dynamics that we were trying to highlight that matter. Let's see. The government side is vanilla. Let's just get to the model. Here's our Lorenz curves. We have a little bit too much wealth in the top of the distribution. On the labor income side, we have a little bit too much in the bottom end. We're working on getting these to match a little bit closer. If we look at the life cycle profiles, though, the black line is the model, the red is the data for consumption hours, labor income, and savings. We do decently matching here. We also wanted to think about across the distribution. So we looked at the levels for the 25th, 50th, and 75th percentile. We do pretty well on hours and labor income. For savings here, I also added the 97.5 percentile, just so you could see we're getting the top end there. Consumption, our levels are off, but we get the same kind of gaps between these points on the distribution. So overall, we're doing decently. But what I think was important on the dynamic side, as Gianluca was saying, is the MPC and how that interacts with the policies that the government is doing. So within our model, when we simulate like a stim check, like the early 2000s or 2008, we get an MPC in the first year of 11%. So that's definitely smaller than the marginal propensity to expend from the estimates from the data between 30 and 50%. We can adjust those. A number of studies have looked and tried to correct for potential biases, but then also drawing on Ben's work, we can think about this notional consumption that's adjusted for spending on durables. And when you do that, the MPCs look much more in line with what we're getting. 7 to 11% from stim checks, 15% from the Norwegian lottery. As I've now said a couple of times, we will do a sensitivity analysis where we add this illiquidity shock to see what happens with the higher MPC. We just kind of took an off-the-shelf calibration. And so we get 20% on that MPC. That's still something we want to go back to and get a little bit higher. And we can definitely report how this affects the IES. And you'll see some of the what this does in the long run versus the dynamics and its different effects. So I want to do 3 exercises. I want to think about, do the dynamics vary with what is used for the government debt, whether it's a tax, a transfer, or government consumption. I also want to say, what is the long run elasticity of interest rates in the long run from different levels of debt? Does that initial condition matter? And then I'm going to trace out the dynamics that we have from the large increase in the debt to GDP ratio over the last 25 years, because the answers to 1 and 2 are going to be yes, it matters. Okay, so first what I'm going to do, I'm going to start in the steady state. I'm going to shock the economy. I'm going to increase the debt to GDP ratio by 1 percentage point. Debt will remain higher throughout, but the deficit goes back. I'll do it with 3 different instruments: higher government consumption, a transfer or a stim check, or a lower tax rate. In all of these exercises, the economy transitions to the same ending steady state. It's just the dynamics to get there will be different. Give me 1 second because I think it might help. If we look at what is the implications on like a 10-year yield at the time of the shock, that's the first column. So you can see a lot of variation across the different policies. If we look at the interest rate in the long run, a 1 percentage point increase in the debt to GDP ratio gives us an elasticity of about 1.6 basis points. So there's a lot of variation in these dynamics, and which I'll go to next after the question.
My question is about what is an initial steady state here? Because if you think about demographics in particular, we're totally not at a steady state. It's like there's population aging,
Mhm.
and people have pointed out, with population aging, you have kind of increasing demand for assets. And so that's kind of offsetting the rise in debt and so on. So how do you think about even being at a steady state when the demographics is really not at steady state?
So what we were thinking was we want to do this exercise to isolate just the effects of debt. That there's been a number of exercises that have tried to isolate like what you're talking about, like Etienne and others' papers that have showed how aging can affect the interest rate. We want to start with just debt. And then the obvious next place to go is to interact these things and try to tease out all of the things that have been affecting interest rates over the last 25 years. But as a first step, we need to understand debt. And part of the problem, I think, is that when you add all those other bells and whistles, a lot of times the fiscal sector is not modeled this rigorously with these three different policies. And so you would lose the insight that the policy that this debt is used to accumulate is important for the dynamics. Going into this, my prior was a 10-year interest rate, like a 10-year rate, it'd all be the same. We're seeing is these dynamics play out over a long enough period of time that you can't just sweep it under the rug, even with a longer yield.
But so then concretely, you mean a steady state by sort of some kind of counterfactual distribution of ages that
we have a
then
population.
you have to sort of think about, okay, how do I even get to something that looks like a demographic steady state, but that is still consistent with some kind of age distribution we see or something?
So it's consistent with the survival probabilities that you see.
Okay, so you're saying if
2000
the survival probabilities were constant, I would have an age distribution that is not the one we see, but we start from there. Okay.
And population growth of 1.1%, which is super counterfactual since we started this paper with population more like 0. Okay.
You don't have a balanced growth with those preferences. So if you put in and try to do a steady state, it'd go, labor go to, I forget, 0 or 1, depending on how you do it. 0. Yeah. Anyway, that's the comment. I don't know why everyone does these dopey preferences. They're not consistent with balanced growth. If you try to put in A of 2% a year, you go.
Like after
I agree.
Eric spent a lot of time proving this in the appendix and how we set it up. But let me, was just to say there's differences. Now let's walk through those differences. Let's get to the meat. Okay, so this is just for the government consumption shock. I have the transition path for household wealth, productive capital, labor, and interest rates. There's 2 here, Greg, for this reason. So the solid line is the spot rate, the 1-year interest rate. The dashed line is the 10-year yield, where you take the average of the interest rate over 10 years. So they give you a different flavor of different yields of what they would do. But again, the government's compositional decision could play a role in those gaps. We have no term premium. So what happens? The shock happens. You see in the top left, household wealth doesn't really change because there's no kind of windfall for the household. Productive capital is mostly crowded out here. The interest rate goes up 2.5 basis points. Over time with the higher interest rate, and here's where the dynamics play in and the MPCs matter, households save a bit more. In response, productive capital comes back. It doesn't get all the way back up, but interest rates fall. So one could answer what is the impact of an increase in government debt on interest rates, I think in 2 ways from this exercise. If it was a government consumption, you could say at impact, it raises it 2.5 basis points. Or you could also say after time period 1, it puts 1 basis point of downward pressure on interest rates going forward. So these dynamics can matter if we're trying to tease out what's going on with interest rates today, what are the pressures that are building or receding over time. And so this is a flavor of where we're coming from.
So I think it's really interesting, but there's kind of an assumption here that capital has no adjustment cost at all.
Yeah.
Whereas for households, it actually, if you raise interest rates, as you can see here, it takes a while for them to accumulate. So it's kind of you're loading all of the adjustment costs on the household side, but not the productive capital side. And so then you get this overshoot because it's really costless to adjust capital really quickly for firms versus for households, it takes a while. So the overshoot is is closely related to your assumption of no adjustment cost on capital. So, and then so a simple thing you could do is put adjustment cost on capital and then scale up or down the adjustment cost, and you can kind of see, you're going to see that the overshoot sort of disappears as you start scaling up the adjustment cost.
Yeah. So we've done a really crude version of that, but looking at a 10-year yield, but it totally going your way would be a more rigorous way to approach it. What happens if it's a windfall to the households? It's a stim check. Well, here in the top left, households save most of it right off the bat. You get much less productive capital crowd out. You get very small increase in the interest rate at impact. But then over time, households spend down more of that savings in terms of increasing their consumption, both in consumption, but also you can see they work a little bit less. They enjoy a little more leisure, and you get that productive capital falls to the same place eventually. So here you get two effects, right? You get a small increase, but then there's tailwinds, not headwinds to interest rates after the initial shock.
There's a line, the output line is not here. I'm trying to get it by like comparing those two. Do you remember what output does in these? I'm a bit worried that the output movements here are just kind of large and crazy, and it'd be useful to check them.
Okay, I can kind of translate it. It's mostly going to feed off of the productive capital because the labor movements are pretty small. But
But if output, so I'm confused then about the real interest rate dynamics in the transfer case, because if output were fixed, that we should put upward pressure on the interest rate, because you're giving a bunch of money to people, they want to spend it. Output fixed, so you have to encourage them to save it. I would expect interest rates to go up, but we find interest rates falling, and that suggests that output must go up to accommodate some of that increase in desired spending.
So because we don't have some of these rigidities in that you've talked about, I'd focus on the dash line where it does go up, but not by very much. Because the small decline is that the labor is too flexible. And so that there's just this change. But so interest rates go up a little bit, but not very much. And part of that is that we don't have a large MPC, right? We only have a 10% MPC. Now, what I show you is when we increase the MPC, there's some counterbalancing things where it doesn't change it that much, but that's part of what's going on. You can look at this next case where now what happens is taxes go down. So there's a little more action on output, and this is where output would fall a little bit, rise. So this experiment is a reduction in the tax rate. So we just have a uniform reduction in the average tax rate. So households still get this windfall, but now they're excited because the interest rate is lower, and so they work a little bit more. So they end up, the household wealth on the left panel, you can see goes up even higher, and you actually get a crowd in net of capital, which pushes down the spot rate. And so now the effect on the 10-year yield is basically zero right off the bat, and a lot more upward pressure to come. So this table just shows you the effects on different types of interest rates at impact. It's just to show you I didn't hide something. The 10-year is not particularly special. If we look at different forward rates or 30-year rates, these are all leveraging off the far right end of the yield curve, and you're still seeing a lot of variation across policies. So here, now I wanted to think about what's the level of debt and how does that affect the elasticity? And this, I think your IES would matter a ton. So what I'll do is I'll look at what's the interest rate elasticity, focus on the change in the interest rate in the long run, comparing the steady states to different levels of debt at the beginning. So that's the bottom left here. So you could take next to the 0.5 on the x-axis, which is the level of debt to GDP, go up and you see that the interest rate elasticity is about 1.6. So you read that as a 1 percentage point increase in the debt to GDP ratio. If debt is 0.6% of GDP, leads to interest rates to rise 1.6 basis points in the long run. As debt's higher, that elasticity grows. And so here's where we're seeing the savings rate elasticity changing. That's what I've plotted here on the right. So this is saying at each level of debt, how does the savings eventually respond in the long run to an increase in the interest rate? And it falls, not surprisingly, as you have more debt in the initial condition, households have more savings, they're going to be less responsive to a small change in the interest rate because they already have a buffer stock of savings, they already have enough savings for their retirement, and so you need even more of an interest rate change to induce them to save more. So our takeaways here from these first two experiments are that the dynamics play a role and they're very different, both in the initial effect on interest rates and the subsequent pressure, and that the level matters, which we think says you can't figure out what the effects of this accumulated debt is over the last 25 years on interest rates today and going forward without feeding those paths through to a model and the composition correct. And so that's exactly what we do next, is we take our model and we say, what is the debt increase since 2000? And what's the composition of that? We use the estimates by the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, where they broke out what the change in debt is today relative to what CBO projected as of 2000, assuming current law. They break it out by policy, which we group into these three categories. What was the additional debt due to additional government spending, higher income taxes, or lower income taxes or higher transfers. You can see if you go to the far left there, originally the debt's mostly rising from the blue bars. This is from government purchases. This is largely the Iraq and Iran war, or Iraq and Afghanistan war. Then what happens is you had the Bush tax cuts. So those yellow bars start to grow. And this is a feature of a tax cut. If you lower the rate every year, the debt gets a little bit larger. And then it starts to ramp up again with TCJA. The orange bars are changes to Medicare and other health programs, but largely these are stimulus checks during recession. So you see the bars pop up in 2008 with the first stimulus checks, and then you see they go very large after the COVID stimulus. We're going to make just a very simple assumption here that there's no more accumulated debt after 2023, so we can isolate the effects to date. Obviously, that's counterfactual. Debt's grown since 2023. And with the primary deficits that we have, it would continue to grow. But we're just going to isolate this part.
So now we are going to large shocks. Obviously, things are quite different. Particularly, the question is, how do you calibrate some of these things to shocks we have never seen? For example, I can work a few more years. Okay, so the elasticity of retirement to these things, I think we never tested. That's one way in which you could, pay your taxes. So there are things that are really not in the data. And I think you're calibrating these things of cross sections or things that was more shocks. So it's this different game that we've never played before. And how do we know that this works?
So we did do some validation on the retirement in a previous paper. This is about 5 years old, but yeah, it could be different.
We never faced this situation. I mean, you could look at other countries where this happened, where there's pressure to increase, retirement age, not just because of aging, but given aging because of the public debt issues. Italy comes to mind, but not only.
Yeah,
and they have increased retirement age quite a bit. 3-4 years out of 30. That's a 10% increase in labor supply, for example. I mean, I can think of other margins. So it's not just non-linearity. It's just the size of the shock induces responses that you wouldn't do otherwise because they're permanent.
Yeah. So
right.
On some of these things, we'll have to think about how we can validate that.
So in my mind, I keep thinking about like an open economy where we could borrow from outside the system, and that's going to interact a lot with both the interest rate and that was huge in terms of this period. So how do I think about, should my mind stop going there and just ignore that's kind of part of the world? Or is this something first order that we need to be thinking about in terms of kind of some of these projections?
No, I think your mind should go there because we saw the savings glut there. Right now, we've held that level fixed. I have a robustness, which I may or may not get to, where I increase the foreign investment in proportion to debt. So that's not the savings glut. We were trying to isolate the non-savings glut. We could also run this through with the savings glut and see how that affects things and layer that on top, which is on the to-do list to think through that. What we wouldn't be able to say is how much of the savings glut comes from debt per se. And that we would be very open to someone who could help us think through that. We haven't been able to come up with the clean way to do that.
It'd be easy to split the income tax reductions into corporate side where the tax on capital goes down. And then you'd get the Euler equation changing for firms. That'd be easy to do. I'd split the yellow into two
Okay.
bits.
Yeah. So this is the dynamics that I previewed already. We see interest rates rise, but there's a lot more to come. By today, they've only risen about 100 basis points, and they have about 80 basis points of upward pressure still coming. This just decomposes the changes in the interest rate, again, the 10-year yield on the left into the pieces. I think one of the features here is, remember, I showed you those impulse responses. The government debt can kind of overshoot on the interest rate. And so it wasn't clear how much would be phased in today and whether maybe more came in today. And you can see that dynamic with the blue bars. So on the right, that's the amount of debt that's been accumulated from government consumption. On the left, it's at each time period, the implication it has on the interest rate. And you can see that it's mostly responsible for the quick run up right off the bat, in part because that's where most of the debt was coming from, but in part because the effects at impact are much larger. And so even though the debt stays constant from government consumption, the blue bars on the left, you can see the interest rate actually falls. So you get a little downward pressure from 2010 onwards from that, but we have these other pieces of debt that have been accumulating and that those effects take longer to build in. And so that offsets it and you continue to get this rise.
Would it be right to interpret this as, when I compare this, think about comparing this to data, I should be thinking about real rates? And, you know, there's a lot that's going on with expected inflation. So we might want to just be careful about how we interpret this relative to, you know, measured yields and things like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think all of these pieces would come in that we've just gotten, maybe I'm misinterpreting your question, but we just have
I'm just saying, I wouldn't want to go and look at data on 10-year yields because monetary policy is going to play a huge role here. And all we're talking about here is something with a term in it that has moved a lot and could pick up a lot of the slack depending on what monetary policy does. Of course, this is a real model. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Lots of different things.
Oh, in the future, this is a forecast.
Well, so this is a quasi forecast and unrealistic assumptions that there's no debt included going up.
These reflect the authors and not those of the Federal Reserve.
It's definitely not a forecast. Yes, that would play in. I mean, I think we've isolated a piece. There's a ton of other channels that are going on with real yields, and we're by no means saying we're saying the complete thing. We just think, okay, yeah, but we think this is an important channel to focus on for quantifying.
Empirical literature that sort of does exercises similar without structural models, where they use projections, CBO projections, and they look at the impact on long-term rates.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be interesting to compare your results with, because I was looking at like a table that I use for teaching, and I think that the same elasticity of the interest rate with respect to increases in debt to GDP ratio in those studies is bigger. It's bigger. It's around 3-4%.
Okay. So we actually have a whole part of the paper that we looked at that, which I don't have time to present, but we made a number of changes to that methodology, and we get somewhere between 1 and 1.5 basis points when we think you control for problems with unit roots and some other things.
I see. So you think they're econometric? I think they're, but it would be interesting to understand, you know, what is, from the perspective of the structural model, what is that those purely econometric methodology miss?
Yeah. So
I mean,
so we think, that's how we initially motivated the paper. We think that it's missing a ton of things. One is there was some methodological issues. The second is it's an average treatment effect amongst all of these different policies that we think have different effects on different rates and different policies. And so that's why we did this. We just don't think there's the power in the data to run it on different terms and different policy shocks. In addition, it's not clear on this. Yeah. And it's also not clear how much the market anticipated in between those CBO estimates. And is the 5-year forward 10-year rate a clean estimate, which is what they look at, or the 5-year forward 5-year rate, a clean estimate divorced of any monetary policy or cyclical things. So we extended it to the 5-year forward 10-year rate, and that really brings the estimates down. So we had a bunch of things to connect that, but unfortunately, there's just not enough data to say much about the compositional effect on these changes. And so it's more of a comment than a full-on part of the paper.
I'll just say just one thing. I totally agree. The CBO calls it the DSIR, like debt sensitivity to interest rate. There's lots of econometric issues with that. But in the model, there's one thing that you haven't kind of allowed for, which is related to what Greg said, which is in the model, it's all about the total asset market, like just the households invest in one asset and there's only that. And in practice, a worry you have that's not in the model is there's some specific demand for US government debt, and increasing, if you just keep increasing that, at some point you run into households, they're not thinking of US government debt as the same as other assets. And so that's something that's kind of missing in the model, I think.
Yeah. So let me get partway there, not fully, on my second sensitivity, if I can get there in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. First, I want to do the MPC, which I promised you all I would do. Our MPC is 11. What we did was a crude approach just to get a sense of the implications on the of a higher MPC. We're going to have these illiquidity shocks. So we're borrowing from Makoto and some other papers that draw from your all's estimates from the data of some households tend to be wealthy hand to mouth or not be able to save. So we'll add this constraint that households' savings will take one of two forms, the amount they can do. Either their cash on hand, A minus the borrowing constraint, they can fully disave that if they get the theta of 1. If they get the theta 0.018, they can only disave 2% of their cash on hand. And that comes with 20% probability, which we just took from the data. We don't think it matches exactly the concept in our model. It's some work to do. But we do get an MPC of 20%. So it's about twice as large. The first two columns you saw before in the baseline model, the effect on the 10-year yield at impact versus in the long run for this interest rate in the long run. The second two are with the higher MPC. You see they're fairly similar. Interestingly, the effects are a little bit higher at impact across all the policies and a little bit lower in the long run. So why is that? Let me just walk through what happens in the dynamic response to this transfer shock. So households get this windfall. Because that transfer is liquid, they spend a little bit more of it right off the bat. So that dashed line is in the illiquidity case, and the blue line, the solid line, is in the baseline model. So they're going to use some of this transfer more because if you face this illiquidity shock, you like this transfer, you spend some of it. And so you don't see household wealth go up quite as much off the bat. They spend it down more quickly, a little less productive capital. That leads to a little higher interest rate right off the bat. But over time, and this is that competing factor that comes in, is that households have more benefit from savings now, right? If you hit a liquidity shock, having more cash on hand makes that 2% a little bit bigger. And so you can induce more long-run savings with smaller interest rate movements, which is why their wealth doesn't fall as much. They end at a little bit higher level. And so you get a little bit lower interest rate because you have a little bit less total crowd out of productive capital. So those are the two competing things that largely were offsetting. The last thing, and this is an incomplete answer to your point about the global market and also other assets, but we just assumed that the foreign investment here was fixed, the level. We just exogenously boost it when the debt hits by the same proportion as debt grows. This is an unrealistically large response. It means that the foreign investor is 10 times more responsive to the debt as the household investor. But it gives us a sense of is this going to matter? We did the same thing on the 3 different one-time shocks in the baseline. And then on the right, you can see the effects at impact on the 10-year when the foreign investment responds. And in the long run, in the last column, you can see it's a little bit smaller magnitudes generally, or a little smaller total elasticities. And that's just because at impact, debt goes up. Some of it's absorbed by the foreign investor immediately reacting, but not huge quantitative differences. And qualitatively, we still see large variation. So broadly, the takeaways we think are going to survive as we do this more rigorously. But quantitatively, some things will change. I'm going to skip this since it didn't come up. and I'm running out of time. And then I can yield a few more time for questions if you have them. So what did we find? We find that interest rate responses to government debt, it matters about the timing, the composition of what that debt's used for, and what the initial level is. We see this large differences in dynamics. We see a large difference in the effects on interest rates at the onset. We see different subsequent pressures going forward, and a larger effect typically with higher debt. So what this says is that you can't just map the relationship of what's the effect on interest rates with the level of debt today. You need the whole history. And when we did that, what we see is the way things play out with the recent run up in the debt is there's a lot more pressure to come, that almost half of it's still coming without any more accumulated debt. We see that because of two competing factors that largely the results are insensitive to the level of the MPC. So again, I just leave with that is that we think not sufficient to just look at the level of debt and say this is what it's done to interest rates. You need to think more carefully about the pieces and what it's doing today and what it'll do going forward.
Yes.
That's what I said. Okay, that's.
Alright, I'm just gonna dance some homework for a second, and then now it's. Yeah.
Okay, we got Scott talking about expense shots that matter. And he could roam. Eric gave the green light.
Okay. So as people start to sit down, thank you very much. My name is Scott Fulford. My colleague, Dave Lowe, Dave, raise your hand. It's over in the corner there. We are both at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, but it's complicated. And you can tell how complicated it is by the fact that I have a Gmail address there. So in particular, I am not representing the Bureau right now and on personal time. Nonetheless, everything I say are my or Dave's views, not necessarily the views of the Bureau or the CFPB or the United States. Just to be absolutely clear on this. Okay, and I have permission from Eric to get to Rome. So I'm gonna see if I can do this and step away. There we go, okay. And hopefully I'm gonna step away from, I can't get too close to that one. So I'm gonna take really seriously the title of this session, in that I'm gonna go all the way from micro, and when I say micro, I'm gonna start in an anecdote, to some actual data, to then thinking through how do we actually construct things, how do we measure things, and we're gonna do primary data collection, all the way to a model, which is gonna have some macro implications. I wouldn't call it quite a macro model because it's gonna be all partial equilibrium. So if you can't tell, my sleeves are already rolled up. It's fairly warm in here. We're gonna dive right into some real data. So let me introduce you to Crystal. This is taken from a New York Times article from several years ago, but this kind of story is relatively common if you read this kind of press. So Crystal ends up living in her car. This is her living in her car after her car dies, after she gets a bunch of medical bills, and after she misses 2 rent payments because her landlord raises her rent. So she has this really bad liquidity event, a really bad marginal utility event. She ends up living in her car. Important through all of this, though, is that Crystal's income didn't change. And in fact, she earned a pretty good income for her area. So she was not low income in a general sense. She was just having a whole bunch of bad things. So we know that these kinds of liquidity events matter in people's lives. They have lots of implications for things that a lot of people in this room have studied. Things like asset liquidation or bankruptcy, things like precautionary wealth, things like the marginal propensity to consume. So we've studied income shocks and the response to them for decades. Ooh, that doubles. But expense shocks, the kind of thing that Crystal was experiencing, are kind of completely neglected. And we think that there's some various reasons. Dave's done some really interesting research in sort of what the history of what this looks like. But we think that it's partly that they are neglected because they're just hard to measure. It's hard to figure out how big they are, and maybe some sort of intuition that income shocks matter more. But because they're hard to measure, we don't really have good evidence on that. So what are we going to do in this paper? I'm going to show you that expense shocks are large. And depending on how you measure them, they're maybe about twice as large as income shocks, depending on how exactly you want to measure the largeness. And in fact, extreme expense shocks, the really bad things that are going to drive insurance and precautionary savings and default and all the things, those are really large and a lot larger than income shocks. And so a lot of the tail risk is actually coming from expenses. And we're going to provide really the first estimates of all of the expense shocks, and I'll define exactly what I mean by kind of that universe in a moment, but we're going to provide the first estimates of this sort of whole universe of things. So one important implication of that is that households are going to face a lot more liquidity risk than is typically modeled. Really quickly, just why are our estimates so large? Well, we're going to measure many different kinds of expense shocks. And it turns out that lots of different kinds of these things matter. So there's a literature thinking about medical expenses. Those matter. But it turns out that auto expenses also matter. And sometimes you need to replace your roof, and that also matters. And sometimes you have some legal bills, and that matters. And all of these things add up, and they kind of push risk out into the tails. Because multiple things can happen at the same time. Okay. So then I'm going to step back and try to convince you that this actually matters in a general sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to model that endogenous decision to spend. So in some senses, the hard part about expense shocks is that you have to spend. And what we're going to be observing is spending. And that has some liquidity issues because we want to think about it as limited by the available liquidity. And what we're going to show is that a lot of costly decisions are driven by expense shocks. And this has a whole range of applications from things like asset liquidation to loan default to bankruptcy. Oh, apparently I can take questions now. But because expense shocks tend to be really temporary and sort of idiosyncratic, they're going to be really easy to smooth over. So one of the things that we're actually going to try to convince you is that they are actually, they're more important for things like precautionary wealth, consumption soothing, marginal propensity to consume. And that's two reasons. First, they're spending. And so anytime you're doing a spending decision, there's going to be a lot of things that are driven by the need to spend. And second, because they're just temporary, and so people want and can smooth over them pretty well. And then we'll try to show that we think that this might help resolve some Hank puzzles, not fully, but will help sort of interpret things a little bit differently because we're putting a lot more risk, and that's going to have some implications. Okay. Whew. Okay. Question?
Sorry, before we go on. So if you think about the standard model's budget constraint, then income and consumption, the enter is Y minus C, right? So to some extent, these shocks could be interpreted as income shocks. Like, does it matter that they are expenditure shocks as opposed to income shocks? Obviously, when we measure the income process, then we don't measure these shocks, and so that matters for measurement. But for a model, does that matter?
Yes and no. So let me kind of make a sort of a careful distinction there. So it matters in the sense that if you have that income process, you should have a much bigger income you should have a much larger thing, because I'm going to show you that these things are large. And so if you just sort of think of it as disposable income that you're measuring, disposable income is not just the income you're seeing, it's also taking out expense shocks. So that's one thing, is just measurement matters there, and you should put a whole lot more risk into your model. The second thing is that I'm actually going to show you that lots of these things can be quite large. So it's very possible to spend more than 100% of your income in a period. And once you start putting that into a model, if you have a disposable income that goes all the way to negative whatever, that's gonna explode a bunch of models, because you're gonna have negative consumption. You have to have some sort of default. You have to have some sort of consumption floor. So that's where it sort of matters a little bit. But one way, and I have done this myself, is just to put them in as sort of analogous to income shocks, and that's a perfectly fine way to sort of at least incorporate more risk rather than distinction.
Yeah, so to your point about the default, so I agree, these expenditure shocks are not that common in maybe the Hank types of models, but for bankruptcy models, like the ones that you were mentioning, I thought that actually, the consensus there is if you actually want to get the default rates to be matching the data, you need these expense shocks. So right, they don't have maybe great measurement of that, and perhaps that's where the paper is, but at least in terms of the concept of expense shocks being very important for things like a default decision, I think that's kind of known from that literature.
Absolutely. In fact, I think both the way Dave and I came at this was finding that we couldn't get models to match default risk, the amount of default we were seeing in models, without putting in these things. What we find is that sort of we're finding about 3 times more expense shocks than is typically in the kind of bankruptcy default literature. And so kind of if you take I will get to this. If you take kind of our estimates and plot them into Michel Turtult and McGee, you end up with, they have a set of estimates which have one thing, we have a whole lot more risk, and so bankruptcy should be much more accommodative, should sort of just lean towards insurance, because there's a lot more risk out there. And so there's a whole lot less strategic default, because there's this whole other reason why things are, that are driving things. Okay, getting into data. So this is actually going to be into data. So what we're going to be using is the Making Ends Meet survey, which I run at the CFPB. These are annual surveys focused on when people have trouble making ends meet. They sample from the CFPB's credit bureau data, and that has some really useful properties. It means we can oversample financially distressed people. So we're typically oversampling people who live in low-income areas or who have low credit scores. What that's going to mean is we've got more power for people who are having financial problems. We want to be nationally representative, so we're sampling from everybody, but we oversample people who are likely to have problems. It allows for much nicer non-response adjustment because we see the credit bureau data of people who don't respond, and so can adjust for maybe people who aren't responding, aren't doing as well, and we can reweight for that. It's going to be representative of people with credit records, so you have to be in the credit bureau data to be sampled. That's approximately 96% of the United States. And just to be clear, we know what we're missing. Every other survey is also missing these people because they're very hard to they're very hard to get. So it's very hard to actually get to people like that. But we know exactly who we're missing.
So, what about this non-response? This is assuming this is at random there?
Oh, no. So maybe because this is where we're getting into data. Every survey does non-response adjustment. So when you mail out a survey,
I know, but they do it on observables. That's what I'm asking.
He says he's got better observables.
Yeah, I've got better observables. More importantly, I have observables on the people who didn't respond.
I know, but you don't have the I mean, I'm not just asking.
Oh,
is this a random conditional observables?
Yeah. No, I mean, we can't reweight on unobservables.
Well,
because
there may be
they're
changes in the laws. Usually, there are things. I mean, done this.
But I mean,
surveys. Changes in rules that allow you to see how the sample. Has been any change in this time period, these 4 years, in consumer protection laws or things that would suggest that some people respond or not?
I mean, there's been a general decline in survey responses, and I'm happy to talk about that.
That's why I'm asking.
So we've been sort of counteracting that by sort of trying to work with better incentives and trying to figure out kind of how to better contact people. But I mean, kind of it's a complicated thing. Kind of when response rates are going down, how do you who is not responding?
So you're doing the usual thing.
Yeah, I mean, but I wouldn't claim. But maybe the point being, kind of, we observe a whole lot. I don't want to claim uniquely better, but because we've got all the administrative data, we're actually able to tell, at least on the observables, who is not responding. You know, there are some important unobservables that are also complicated, but you know, yeah. We're going to be pooling. Oh, okay. Am I blocking your?
No, it's just your echoing.
Okay. I think it's that one. Maybe I should be careful.
Microphone. Move the microphone.
There we are. So.
Turn it on. It's just like that all the time. Put it down. It's not that one. She turned it off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's perhaps one of the other ones. I'm not sure.
All of the other ones off. Nope. No, you have to.
Sorry, you have to keep the microphones on, otherwise the echoes. I was told yesterday to do that.
Keep them all on.
Oh, okay. Oh, we have to keep them
That's
on.
what they told me to do.
Okay. So we're going to be pooling a bunch of surveys to get more power. I kind of want to just emphasize we've been doing the survey since about 2019, but the structure of the questions we're going to ask that allow us to do what we want to do have only been since 2022. That's important because this is a particular time period. So we'd love to be able to tell you about whether these things are constant over the business cycle, for example. We're not going to be able to tell you that. This is during a particular time period. We're going to be comparing them, importantly, to income drops, which we're measuring in the same survey, which again are during this time period. But to kind of give some other comparisons, we're also going to be looking at the PSID. But I want to just emphasize that sort of this is the measurement we're able to do over a particular time period. So there are lots of interesting questions that we think could be answered, but we're not there yet. Throughout, just to be kind of clear, I'm going to be expressing shocks as the percentage of pre-income drop income. So I'm going to be taking your income, adding what you said it was an income drop, and comparing your shock to that as a percent. And the reason we're doing that is we want to be able to think about comparing income shocks and expense shocks in a reasonable way. Yeah.
Sorry, just one point about this idea of expressing it in terms of, I mean, income is probably very transitory for this group of people, no? So, I mean, do you average income? I mean, do you have some notion of typical income, average income, as opposed to income at a point in time, which it might not be a very good bench, you know, you see what I'm saying?
I think we would love, we don't have a good sort of what we think your permanent income is or what your normal income, which is sort of an SDF question. So I agree that there's some, but in some senses,
you may
sort of,
be adding noise.
Yeah, but I mean, kind of part of the reason why we're taking out the drop here is exactly to be able to sort of say, okay, we're
no, of course.
But acknowledge that there is sort of some uncertainty in that and some kind of, but I think there's an underlying object that we might want to measure.
Why don't you try a running, can you take a running average or not? Just, or it's only.
Well, we do have a panel. It's imperfect.
Okay,
it's
but
sort of
then they should do, you could do something.
So we could do some, we could do some
averaging,
averaging. My sense is that's actually not going to make much of a difference for much of this, but I mean, kind of, and it would cut our sample size substantially, but acknowledging that you could measure things in slightly different ways. Yeah. So let me actually show you exactly what we are measuring and what the questions are, because in some senses, this is what it is. And if you think that it should be something different, this is what it is. So I know that sounds kind of tautological, but it's actually important. So what we're going to ask is, in the past 12 months, has your household experienced a significant, unexpected expense from any of the following? I'm going to talk about two words: significant. Okay, so we're asking people in some senses to judge what's significant to them, not I had to buy some Band-Aids, but I had to go to the emergency room and receive a $10,000 bill. Unexpected. So again, we're loading and asking people to think through things that they say are unexpected. And I'll give you some evidence that that's what they're doing. We've done a bunch of cognitive testing, and people do say pretty reasonable things when we ask them, why did you describe, can you just tell us about the event that led you to have this out-of-pocket medical expense? They actually do describe things that are unexpected, that they didn't know about beforehand. And one of the things that we found is it's actually pretty easy to put dollar values on these, because unlike your annual income, which is kind of a complex object, you got a bill from your mechanic, and you know what that bill is, and you had to figure out how to pay it. And so these things actually end up being fairly cognitively, compared to other ways of measuring things, easy for people to sort of tell us about. So then we ask about a whole list of them. And this is a particular list. It's a list that we've kind of curated over time by what people tell us other things. And importantly, it does include some other major unexpected expense. Yeah, and I think there was a question, two questions.
No, I was just wondering, kind of, if I look at that list, like these shocks seem to be different in the following sense that, you know, the medical expense I might get, or I might really not get, I might just not get sick. Whereas the repairs or replacements is kind of something where maybe it's more like, you know, the unexpected might more mean, okay, I had to replace part of my car, I had to get my car repaired 6 months earlier than I expected. But kind of it's not like the, you know, that I had to at some point pay a couple of $1,000s to get this car fixed was not unexpected. It's kind of like, if you just look at the levels of the shocks, I think I would interpret them different. I don't know if you have thought through or can say something about how we kind of take that into account.
Well, let me show you this as I talk through that question, just so we're sort of staring at the numbers from these things. Maybe this is a similar question, or should I?
It's a similar question on what you have before, because can you go back one slide? Because some of these are unexpected shocks, right? Like a medical expenditure or something. Some of these are more like choices, right? Like whether you choose to give a loan to a family or a friend, or make a gift, whether you choose to move or not. So it's a bit different from.
So yeah. So I mean, I guess two distinctions here. First, I think kind of part of the reason I lead with this is that many of these things look like stochastically depreciating durable goods. And when we kind of push back, that's what this is. I'm depreciating, although I depreciate very, very slowly, just to be clear. But kind of thinking about these things in that way might cause you to want to think about modeling them in a little bit of a different way than if you think about them as fully kind of exogenous is a hard word, but something where you sort of have no control over it. But I think part of the reason why we want to move to thinking about liquidity constraints is when your grandson comes to you and says, I need bail, I mean, you've got a strong want to spend. Whether you can is going to depend on your liquidity, but it's clearly something that you care a lot about. And you care, maybe care a lot more about than sort of making sure that the hospital gets the inflated bill it sent you. But I want to kind of be this is what we're measuring. If you think we should be measuring differently, we're happy to talk. If you want to go out and do your own survey that convinces us that there are other important things, you're welcome to. But this is the evidence right now, just to be kind of explicit about it. Lots of questions.
Sorry, just to on this point, I think one thing that would be useful, I don't know if maybe you're going there and feel free to postpone it. It would be good to ask an open-ended question where you tell people to, or you ask people to tell you what kind of things they thought about as they were doing this, and then you could analyze what kind of answers you're getting.
Yeah. So we have this. We
No, but
in
what I
earlier
mean is
versions we
you would
had
know exactly what the family member, was it bail or was it something?
Yeah.
It would be-
Well, so okay. So
I think that could be useful to think about.
fair. Yeah. In earlier versions, we had an explicit write in what you, and this list kind of exists because we took some things off that people didn't tell us were important and added things on that people told us were important. And so this list sort of is responsive to what people are telling us is important. Okay.
Sorry, just
Yeah, sorry, it double clicks fast.
Fine.
Okay,
So
we
if
talk.
I'm-
Oh boy. Okay, we've got.
So about this. So when you're moving or you're leaving the car, how are you answering the survey? I mean, I'm sorry to press on this, but I can see people, they have these problems. They can't answer the survey. They're busy, or they get the expense. They're really angry. They really want to answer the survey. So how do we know that you're exaggerating on?
I'll give
I mean, especially the first example you gave. That person was leaving the car. Are they really answering the survey when they're leaving the car?
I think that's a hard. I mean, so part of the reason why we're trying to oversample, so we have a lower response rate.
No, but this is the correlation between what you're trying to measure and whether they answer at all.
Okay.
So if they only answer when they have a big expense.
Oh, well, that's where the credit bureau data actually becomes really useful because I can actually look at, for example, is this person having a big decline in their credit score? Did they just have a bunch of delinquencies? And so that's observable in at least a notional sense that I observe a bunch of things that are really well correlated with it. And I can adjust for that. What I can't adjust for is, do you have a civic mindedness? Which is the thing that we're all really concerned about.
Depend.
I mean, so I think I'm not conceding at all on that. We are this is one of the things where this survey can do it so much better than every other survey because we observe everybody.
Credit score. So you're saying the credit score is capturing this.
Whether you've got a delinquency. Yeah, I observe the whole credit record, and that's not perfect, but it's a lot, especially if somebody's living in their car and is defaulting on things. Okay. So I won't talk about these numbers too much because I want to make sure we get to some other things. But I do want to just focus on a couple of things. First, a lot of different versions of these are really common. So that's going to be important for thinking through like the bankruptcy literature, that it's not just out-of-pocket medical expenses matter, yes, but it also matters that you had a major vehicle repair. And it also matters maybe you had to repair your phone. And it matters that you had some unplanned gifts. So lots of these are individually relatively large. Hold on just a sec. And altogether, about 2/3 of people say they had a significant unexpected expense.
In what unit of time is that?
This is over the previous year. Just to be explicit.
Did you have this?
Yeah, so just to be explicit, this is from this, and that's what we measured. It might be really interesting to think about lower frequency, but we don't see, that's not what we see.
I was wondering about also a timing question relative to when was it unexpected? And is there a way you can prune these and in a sense say, and you could not have avoided them? For example, a new iPhone comes out and I buy the new iPhone, or a new car comes out. There was unexpected. It's an expense shock. It's part of replacement here. Or I decide to move up. There's a nicer neighborhood. But should I think of these if they were a simple model? I cannot avoid them. In response to the question of lumpy depreciation, could I still drive the car, or and I decide to buy it? The second car, I don't really need the second car.
So I think kind of what the question you're asking is really kind of, as one moves to a model, thinking about kind of making distinctions between things that I sort of want and I've got a lot of money to spend, and things that are really a big problem, and what the sort of margin utility of these things is. And I mean, just to be explicit, that sort of, I think that's sort of why we do want to embed these a little bit and to think through that question.
Or how should I even interpret the question and the answers? Is it, I decided to buy a new car, there was an unexpected expense, but even if I'm not liquidity constraints, it was unexpected that I decided to upgrade my car. Is the question worded in a way that this really generated trouble for me and I could not have avoided it? Or
So I'm not going to say could not avoid it is, I mean, kind of is the measure here. It's an unexpected expense, but maybe kind of backing out to sort of like give you some sense about kind of how we're thinking about whether people are giving us reasonable responses, whether the car they bought was an unexpected expense, or whether it was because as happened to me, they punched out their exhaust pipe, which was closer to your unavoidable expense. So what we try to do is compare this to what's happening in consumer expenditure. So just try to construct the same category. It's a little hard. These don't match up exactly. But what we do find is that the average spending by income in the consumer expenditure survey, that our unexpected expenses are a fraction of that spending. Sometimes it's quite a large fraction. Just to be kind of clear, these are specifically chosen because they're often likely to be unexpected. But that we're finding things that people aren't giving us. I'm spending 5 times what's in the consumer expenditure survey on autos. We're saying that I'm spending about half of what the consumer expenditure survey says by income you spend on auto expenses.
Just gonna ask one last question. I promise, yes, but I promise it's a suggestion. I mean, if you could sample the same people over 2 consecutive months, you can first ask, what do you expect in the next month? What do you expect to spend on all this? And then you go at the end of the month and ask, how much did you spend? That's
coming. Yeah. So
go a little bit further.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm guilty of that.
So
consumer can get enough consumer is pretty good at doing these surveys, as good as anybody else.
So we don't have, so I can't show you that because it's not, but we did ask in 2025 the probability, like what was the probability that you would have didn't make it unexpected, but had that you would have a major auto expense. We have now gone back to those people, but none of that data is public, so I can't tell you anything about what that looks like. But what we do find is that people ex ante do not put high probabilities on. So when we ask, do you expect to have a major home repair? They don't put a high probability on it. So nobody is expecting these things in a general sense.
Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I need to convince you that we're measuring things. I acknowledge. So let me actually finally show you kind of what these things look like. So this is the 30% who had said they had 0 or didn't have one. Lots of people have relatively small. So that's a common thing. And then there's probability that goes out here, and they get really small. So there's a table, and I'm going to sort of talk about that in a second. 2 other bars are from our measure of income drops, which is sort of analogous to the way we're measuring these things for unexpected expenses, and from the PSID, which is over 90. It goes from when it's annual, so it ends in 1997, has a bunch of recessions in it. So people are somewhat more likely to have income drops in the PSID than they are in our data. But either way, you're a lot more likely not to have an income drop. But you're more likely to have a medium income drop than you are to have a medium size overall expenses. It's that when things get out into the tails that things really change. So at about 50%, having at least 50% of your income spend on these things, we find about 4% of people have one of those, and somewhat less, depending on how you measure it, have similarly sized income drops. By the time you get to 80%, it's all expenses. They're 4 times larger. And just to be clear, there is mass out here. It's not very large. We don't know how well it's measured. We don't want to be kind of over-indexing on how big this is. But some people do spend more than 100% of their income on these unexpected expenses. Oh, annual income, yes. And Jonathan? Yeah, fair. Yeah. So I'm going to come back to sort of how this varies across income, because that actually ends up being really important for thinking through a bunch of the implications of these things. Okay, I'm going to go fairly quickly through through some of these results and just mostly read the. We find large shocks. That's because we're adding them all together, and in some senses, just different shocks can add up, and even households with a medical expense, other expenses end up being on average more than half of the total expenses. So think more than medical is an important part of this. Second, expense shocks coincide or can coincide with income shocks. So it might have sounded like I'm saying income shocks don't matter. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, in fact, income shocks matter even more because we're adding risk, and when you add risk, it's more of an additive. So expense shocks mean that income is even more of a problem. Income volatility is even more of a problem. Let me talk a little bit about low-income households. One of the things that we find is that these things tend to be fairly non-homothetic. And basically the way to think about that is your mechanic is going to charge you $500 to fix your brakes or replace your tires. And it doesn't matter what your income is. That's a little bit approximate because you can shop around. There's some, but that's it decreases a lot less than income. So as a percentage of income, low-income households are just much, much, much more exposed. There's a little bit of maybe they experience these less, but the partial densities are just way out here. So if you look at, say, the fraction that are having one, it's several times, was 100% of their income, it's several times for the lowest income group than it is for the highest income groups. These things have important implications for age, which I won't talk about very much. Essentially, well, at least in our measurements, income risk goes way down with age. Expense shocks don't, and in fact, maybe get a little bit bigger up at the tails. So as you get older, expense shocks just dominate everything else in terms of risk. And that's a point that has been made for at least medical expenses, but it turns out that even for the elderly, medical expenses are not the majority of expense shocks. People over 60 drive cars and own homes, it turns out. Okay. We do a lot of work because both Dave and I come from something of a structural modeling background to think about how you might want to put these into models.
Before we go to model, can I just ask one other thing? From your credit record, do you have some notion of cash on hand and how these shocks correlate with the cross variation of income, cash on hand, and exposure? Like how much are these actually binding based upon people's actual thing? I don't know if that, you could just tell me if that's,
yes.
Yeah, you don't have to show me, just say, you know.
Yeah, so they do see spending seems to be endogenous. Sorry, I have to make sure. Spending seems to be endogenous to availability of various measures of cash on hand or liquidity, in the sense that if you don't, you can be low income but if you have money to spend, you can spend it. But if you're low income and don't have money can't spend, we observe less spending. Yeah. And part of the reason why we want to kind of move, I want to pause here for the empirics, but then we want to move on to think through that's a serious thing. And then kind of like what we're observing is spending, not desire. Okay, I won't talk very much. These things end up being approximately very close to log normal, just in terms of this in spending. So what that kind of means is that to the extent that if you want to just plop them down as a purely exogenous term, you can just do probability that they occur, mean variance of the log. We have a lot of tables that show you what exactly that looks like and by demographics. They appear, when we use the panel, to be approximately independent over time and approximately independent of income shocks. And I'm saying approximate because we don't actually find zero, we just find fairly low. And that, to the extent that we think that sort of matters, you can probably ignore the correlations with either of them for many things. I don't want you to actually answer this because I don't have enough time. But if you want to come up with answer, what should we be showing you? And I want to thank Sasha for just encouraging me to ask that. Are there things that if you knew that in your particular model we can calculate for you? We're happy to do that. We've tried to calculate the things that we thought were the most useful, but it's always hard to sort of know what other people would find the most useful.
What happened to your consumption on non-expected expense shocks? How much did your consumption go down, netting out the expense shocks? Keep going. That's all. No, I'm serious. That'll come up in a model like that.
Yeah, no.
He had moved in with your parents, I think, in your thesis, and so. And you say, oh, my consumption went up. They had a better house than I had an apartment. But keep going.
So does this include zeros? This
this is just conditional on occurring. Okay. So you do need the probability that occurs.
So if you take the unconditional, that the shock should be the deviation from the mean. In other words, I know on average I got some expenses every year. I don't care whether it's a car or the thing. The shock is the deviation from that.
Yeah.
So that this should a condition then, right?
Well, but I mean, this is unexpected. I mean.
Well, it's unexpected which one, but on average, I know every year something's going to happen.
Oh, okay. Well, so that gets the model, happens, right? And we're going to think through what that means. And I mean,
right, but that's not the shock. The shock is the deviation from the mean. That's what I'm saying.
But okay. So, okay, I got a question, and then I'm going to be a little bit aggressive about not taking questions for a little bit. Exactly. Okay. Okay. What we want to think, so to Eric's question, we have some pretty good evidence that these things are limited by liquidity in various ways. That's hard to measure because we don't observe all the things that we would want to measure liquidity and spending and and the timing matters a lot for these kinds of things. But we think these things are limited by available liquidity. So we want to take that seriously. And not kind of make claims that just because we're estimating big things that are spending, maybe that's just the rich people spending because they've got a bunch of liquidity and they had a small problem to deal with it. And part of the reason we do that is we want to convince you that not only are these things large, but they matter for some of the things that you might care about. So what we're going to do is we're going to calibrate a model a really simple model to match expense shocks and liquid wealth. This is just going to be a buffer stock model. Intentionally, we're going to make this as simple as possible and only make the deviation putting in expense shocks. We'll show you one way of modeling them. It's not going to be the only way you could think about these things. Things can get much more complicated if you want. Maybe the conclusions would change if you do that. But we think this is a useful exercise to understand where conclusions might change when you put in lots more risk. Yeah. There we are. So what we're going to do is, again, very simple. This has been partly used for medical expenses. We're going to extend it to all things. And basically just have there be two consumption goods, regular consumption and expense consumption. And we're going to vary this eta. So there's going to be this unobserved utility parameter that's going to vary, that's going to cause the marginal utility of spending on expenses to vary. And so we're going to have variation in expenses. These are going to be exogenous stochastic temporary utility shocks. And the reason we're doing this is that then we can have these two things respect a liquidity constraint. And by respecting the liquidity constraint, we can reach conclusions that are not just based on exogenously dropping them in, but people spending based on what they have available. Just to be clear, this is not the only way one could model. Dave and I have actually thought a lot about them. And in some senses, to go back to kind of like, you could just drop these things in. That's going to lead to a little bit of a problem that you have to have. There's a zero problem there that you might actually run out, and people could run out of money and have negative consumption and what you do with that, or you have to have some sort of default, or you have to have something. But you could think of this as stochastically depreciating durable goods. You could think of this as lots of other ways of thinking about these. We think this nicely continuous is maybe the simplest way you can kind of drop in mostly to existing models in a way that doesn't sort of cause lots of other things to explode. But if you feel really differently, you can do it differently. Can I just suggest a stronger motivation for your approach better than all of these is that what you do is take into account that what you see is an optimal choice, and what you're trying to recover is the underlying utility, where none of these approaches do. Oh, I like that even better. I mean, that what we want, we observe this, we don't observe this. Exactly, and that deals with all of these comments that, maybe they wanted to, this is like, Ben's comment is completely dealt with here. Yeah, I like that. Just sort of that, otherwise this is going to be extraordinarily standard, just to be really clear. We're extraordinarily standard in a very intentional way that we are not adding things because we want to have intuition. There's going to be constant rate of return, stochastic income. We're adding some crisis income shocks because we want to have income have as much power to explain things as possible, empirical power to explain things as possible. But otherwise, things are just really standard. Importantly, within this, agents know the distribution and are planning for it. So they know that unexpected expenses can come, and are planning for unexpected expenses. They don't know when they're going to come. They don't know how big they'll be, but they know that they're going to be there. Whether this is true or not, I think that there's some real questions about whether people are optimally planning. We're not departing from that. That's what yeah.
People went bankrupt, you just ignore them?
For this, there's no bankruptcy. I'm not, yeah.
You just don't spend it. Oh, you choose not to spend it. You hit the borrowing constraint and you choose not to spend it.
Yeah, you have high marginal utility. Well, we'll show you some work. Oh shoot, we're going to calibrate 3 versions of this. One of which has both income and expenses. We're going to match the expense distribution. That's important. And then we're going to address the new parameter, the risk aversion over expense shocks, so that it matches how much people spend over income. As their income varies, how much people spend. So that big change across income groups of how much people were exposed is going to be directly in there through that new parameter. We'll show you a little bit of results with income only, where we set expenses to 0, and then for a little bit, expenses only, where we set income variance to 0. Okay. Importantly, through all of this, we're going to force all of the model. We're going to calibrate all the models so that they all match liquid wealth. And why is that important? Well, we're adding a bunch more risk in the expense model than compared to income. And so one way that people could adjust is, well, world's more risky. I'm going to save a lot more. We don't want that to be what's driving things. We want all of these things to be have comparable levels of wealth. And we're just taking this from sort of standard estimates. Again, we're trying not to depart from versions. Importantly in that, we added a whole lot more risk. So in order to have the same amount of wealth, people with more risk have to be more impatient. And so the way these models are going to adjust for that is just have lower impatience. And some of our results are going to come directly through this. That because we've added more risk, and because in order to have the same amount of wealth, people are more impatient, they're going to adjust in different ways to other things that are going on. Otherwise, things are really standard. I guess they can borrow, but we're not putting explicitly a endogenously chosen default. We'll sort of have some.
You also don't.
No, it's going to be a single beta. Really kind of backing up here. I know people like this one. Empirically, whenever I survey people, people are even more impatient than this. Half the United States is borrowing on a credit card at 20%. Like, this is probably a more realistic average individual, maybe not a capital weighted one. Okay, quickly, 8 minutes. Some intuitions. Essentially, these models are going to have more risk, but different kinds. Households are going to spend to smooth over all the shocks they experience. Expense shocks have a lot of risk in the tails and are large, but they're relatively temporary. They're relatively temporary, and they require spending to smooth, because in order to deal with the problem, you spend. And that seems sort of tautological, but what that means is that the implications for all sorts of things which involve spending and saving are actually going to be really large. So expense shocks are going to matter a lot for savings, consumption, kind of volatilities, things like that.
Sorry, you really didn't show that the shocks are temporary, did you?
I did very briefly. That was in my model.
Okay, one of the slides that you.
Yeah, that was in my.
Okay.
They are very temporary.
Very temporary.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe you said that, but the way you model it, these are spending opportunities, and it's good news for the household. Is that right? Like, I want to have positive eta shocks. It's great. I decide how much to spend on it. It's kind of an. Sorry. But isn't a positive eta shock an expense shock, and then I decide to have the second spend utility that I gain? Okay, I thought it's a positive eta shock, and it adds.
This paper is called Saving for a Sunny Day.
Okay.
So on this point about risk, so all of that depends on how you think about calibrating the risk aversion, the coefficient of risk aversion over expenses. So I mean, if that was 0, then there wouldn't be the risk associated with it. So you have to tell us how you think about calibrating that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I did I'm going through this a little quickly. I can do this. Okay. I'm going to run out of time because I want to. This is important enough that I want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. So effectively, kind of the way we're thinking about new is that we want people with higher incomes to just spend
to the non-homotheticity.
Yeah, and so
from the non-homotheticity, you infer the kind of risk conversion.
Okay. Maybe there are other, but I mean, kind of this is nice because it matches two big moments in the data. It matches that income, and then it matches the expense distributions, just for how much people are spending on average, and what that looks like. Okay, and I'm going to be really aggressive because I'm really out of time now. So expense shocks tend to be more persistent, especially with that crisis income. And so they're going to have a lot more implications for things like default and running out of money than expense shocks otherwise would, because in some senses you can choose how much to spend, and you can choose not to give your money to your grandson who needs bail. That can respect a liquidity constraint, whereas the persistent income, it There's no there's no real choice there. There's no real kind of marginal utility bearing. So this is going to tend to have larger implications. Okay, I'm going to go through these relatively quickly. You're welcome to read the paper. Expense shocks end up being more important for precautionary savings. But these two things add up to more than 100%. Why? Because two risks together add up to create more risk overall. So it's not that income shocks don't end up mattering. It's that when we add in expense shocks, they add a lot. They add a whole lot of risk to the model. Oh, shoot, wrong way. Consumption smoothing. When we ask, okay, how are people smoothing consumption? Without expense shocks, you get kind of a standard result that high-income people smooth really well. They smooth their consumption really well. With expense shocks, it goes the opposite direction. Why? High wealth people, when they have problems, deal with the expense problems by spending to deal with the problem. So in a very real sense, that means that there we are. That means that consumption volatility is an indication of good self-insurance, not bad self-insurance. When my car broke down, I spent to deal with it. When my refrigerator broke down, I spent to deal with it. My consumption was really volatile, but my marginal utility was well smoothed. Jonathan. Transitory matter. Agreed. I mean, there are lots of things that kind of can affect this. When we ask people, okay, would you take a trade-off, a lifetime utility trade-off in return for some sort of liquidity value? So this looks like what happens when people take out home equity or when they default on, or they go bankrupt, or lots of different kinds of things. The people who are willing to take that trade-off are often people who are having that bad crisis income shock, but a lot of times they're also people who are having both. So it adds to the default risk. This is really complicated, so I'm actually going to go through it. It helps explain marginal propensity to consume variation, largely because high wealth people want to spend sometimes. Number one, they're also more impatient because that's how you get keep the wealth distribution, help keep the mean of wealth, and so they're more willing to spend out of their wealth and out of their transitory income. So you get more variation in marginal propensity to consume, and in fact, expenses actually explain most of the marginal propensity to consume within this model. Why? Because they're spending, and so that's where the volatility is coming from. Quickly on some Henk results. This is, I want to admit, sort of experimental, like that we're trying to kind of connect this with things. And if there are other places where people think we should be connecting better, we double the probability of entering the crisis income, which looks a lot like moving into a unemployment. It looks a lot like a recession. Unemployment becomes much more common, and so you're much more likely to end up in a bad state. The drop in spending when that happens is about 30% smaller in our model with expenses than in just our model with income. Why? Well, risk is, well, actually, let me do a second one. When we double the interest rate, again, if you double the interest rate, drop in consumption in our both model with expenses is a lot less than the drop in income. What's behind both of them? Well, most household risk in our both model is coming from expense shocks. So everything else that's varying ends up being less important. That's thing number one. Second, people just have to be more impatient in order to sort of have that same, keep that wealth amount the same. And so they're just less sensitive to other changes, particularly changes in the future, because interest rate changes don't affect people at 0.9 the way they do at 0.95 when you're discounting. And that's fairly direct just where it comes in. And all that comes just from dropping more expenses, more risk in the model, and keeping the savings constant. Okay, I've got 1 minute. Let me just do a quick empirical of why these things matter, or sort of when we ask people, did you have a difficulty paying a bill or expense? Conditional on saying, yes, I had difficulty paying a bill or expense, then ask, what caused that difficulty? And I'm using causal here specifically because the question is, what caused the difficulty? So, that's identified by people. What are the things that cause people difficulty? auto repair, medical expenses, helping children and family and friends. Oh, okay. Loss of job matters. Okay. 4, home repair, taxes or fees, loss of income to illness. So you can kind of tell expenses are the things that people are worried about and are the things that are causing them financial difficulty. I'm going to run out of time. I did finally put this in at the very end. We do find pretty good evidence that that these things are limited by available liquidity in several different ways. I'm not going to talk about it. Let me end. Big implications. When you put our estimates in for things like default on loan or bills, you end up with pretty large changes in what the optimal policy should be. And for a bunch of central topics within finance and macro. Importantly, most household risk is not income risk. So if you're modeling household risk, you need to have some variation of these things. Maybe it doesn't have to be the way we model it, but it needs to have a realistic understanding of what the risks households are facing. We hope our results in public data make it pretty easy, and maybe this helps resolve some existing puzzles. Thank you, and I'm done.
Like to know where you are at all times. My eyes.
Just me.
Your eyes. The microphone's off. Wait, like co-organizers.
They might have bailed, who knows? Okay, it's a pleasure to have me. This is with Christina, who is right over here, and with Neela and Liv from ADP. So, what we are trying to think about through the lens of labor, and we saw it with the kind of papers that me and Hassan and Andres did last year, and you saw it with Zhao and Joe and Christina and Chen last year. Why are people so pissed off, particularly workers, in this current period about inflation that might have ended a little bit a while ago? And so I'm just showing you, one picture here. You've seen pictures like this before. This is just consumer confidence in the United States from the Michigan Consumer Sentiment period. That kind of shaded year is kind of where the inflation was over 3%. And, in the mid 2022, consumer confidence was at levels as low as the depths of the Great Recession. And in a historical sense, the only other periods where consumer confidence was lower than this was in 1974 and 1979 in the United States. And so if we kind of just predict based upon just labor market quantities, just based upon how many people were unemployed or what was the employment to population ratio during this period, a couple of lags, use data from 1970 through 2019 and project out what consumer confidence should have been just based upon labor market flows. Consumer confidence should be relatively high because the flows of the unemployment rate and the employment to population rate are kind of at pretty strong levels. But yet consumer confidence is pretty low. And it's kind of remained low even after the inflation. And it's still kind of below trend. This is kind of tariffs and Trump kind of stuff that kind of happened in 2005 potentially. But even after the inflation period, we were still sluggish relative to where we might have been based upon labor market quantities. At the same time, people, when you ask them, well, after the inflation has been back to normal, like in 2004 and 2005, through these Gallup surveys or Pew surveys about what is the most important issue facing you, about 40% of the people are saying inflation and cost of living. And just as perspective, in like 2019, that number is like 3% or 5%. And then in 2025, 60% of Americans are saying that inflation and affordability was a very big problem for their household. And again, in pre-periods like 2019, that number is like, again, 10% or something. So the questions we're trying to think, why are workers still reporting inflation and reporting affordability as being such a big problem, even in current periods? And, why is consumer potentially low, despite labor market quantities being relatively strong? And so in this paper, we're just going to be, it's going to be it's essentially all data coming through, is we're going to use data from ADP to document a couple of things. So the first thing, we're going to do it a lot on the worker side. And I'm just going to ask questions and a whole bunch of questions along that. I'm not going to summarize all the results because we're just going to go through them as we go through the paper. But we're going to basically get a sense of, for job stayers, job changers, what has happened to your real wage over this period. And we could follow the same worker over long periods of time. And there's going to be a bunch of numbers that I'm going to show you, and they're going to be in the range of things like 35 to 40% of all workers have a real wage decline in late 2024, early 2025 that is, 30 that is below where they were at the end of 2020. And I could do that for different groups. I could do it for, work from home sector. So I'm going to show you a whole bunch of heterogeneity along these types of measures. And then I'm going to go from the other side and look at what happens at the firms. And so we're going to then examine a whole bunch of patterns about within firm wage setting for their employees going forward. Both Patrick and Adrian are at Stanford.
what did Stanford give their wage increases in a given year? And how much variation was there between Patrick and Adrian and everybody else in Sam? Exactly. And so then we're going to try to take a look at how those, I'm going to call wage norms. And again, you're going to see things in the data that most firms, almost all firms in the United States, give most of their workers something that looks like 3% in most periods of time. And then during inflation periods, it was like 3.2% or 3.5%. So those norms did not adjust during this period. And then we could see then how did workers in those firms have to adjust around those norms, basically getting different wage increases within the firm, or maybe even switching to other firms in order to escape their existing firm's norms. So we're going to have some of that kind of story there. And throughout, part of the goal that I want us to think about is, how does these patterns that we have kind of match the wage setting patterns that we write down in most of our models to try to explain how nominal rigidities are going to be binding. I'll say one more thing and then I'll get in. At the end of the talk, I'm going to try to link back to the first question by using data from Belgium, the only country in the world that has essentially every wage indexed to inflation by national policies. And then we're going to take a look at what happened to the consumer confidence and other measures of consumer reported well-being in Belgium relative to other comparison countries. And we're going to find Belgium's the only country in the developed world that didn't have these big consumer confidence declines during these types of periods. So at the end, we're going to use some of that cross-sectional, cross-country kind of variation to get into it. The floor is open. Greg, what do you got?
So, do you think that the people you ask in those surveys have just told you this all along, in the sense that my understanding is that when most people outside of this room use the word inflation, they don't mean what we mean inflation, they mean real wages. That's the interpretation of what the word inflation means. And so they just told you that. So is that?
I mean, it's basically just
fair?
so when we're asking them, they just said the real wages went down.
Yeah.
And we're just going to show you the real wages went down in ways that our normal Calvo model of basically getting hit with a Calvo ferry once a year is going to put people's wages back. And so you could get large persistence in some of these things, consistent with people say. And I'm just going to show you the wage setting patterns are going to be what justifies that. And then we might need to think about those wage setting patterns in the data and how we import those into our model to try to start thinking about different types of shocks and how they might have duration, different types of durations after they.
Can I just push back on that in the sense that if what the real thing is that real wages have declined and that's what's causing people to not feel great, then why does it matter whether we do it on the sticky wages or if we get the wage patterns right? As long as we get the real wage movements right, that's what they're saying they care about, and that's what's.
And I'm saying most of our models don't get the real wage movements right, and that's all I want to get. So let me show you the patterns in the data, and then if we kind of go, and at the last part of our thing, we could kind of think about kind of the type of models we put, things we put into our models, and they will have real wages adjusting because the nominal rigidities we put in. Let me defer a little bit more to this, but I'm going to have exactly, we're going to end on what Greg's comments are going to be. Okay, so I'm just going to be using the ADP data. Many of you seen me use this before in the stuff I did with John a long period of time ago. So ADP processes the payroll of 1/6 of all workers in the United States. And so we have administrative records on people's per unit cost of time. And so for hourly workers, it is their hourly wage that is paid by contract. For salaried workers, it is their annual salary put into an hourly unit, assuming that you're working, 40 hours a week. And so we have that administrative data going forward. The stuff John and I did, basically did it from 2008 through 2016. We're starting our paper in 2016, in part because they kind of threw away everything John and I did, and they have not kept those kind of records going forward. But we now have the AER paper that kind of has some benchmarks for this pre-period, and then we could kind of compare going forward.
Eric, could I ask about the data? So what is it representative of? And
yeah, I'm going to the next 3 slides, Kyle. The next 3 slides are going to be on Kyle's questions. We're going to then talk about where it matches well, and then I'm going to benchmark to some CPS stuff so we could just get in the
the right space. But John and I did a lot of this in the pre-period. I'll refer to some of that, but then I'm going to actually show you some other things in as well. And let me get there in 1 second. So they have two products that they sell to people. Products to firms basically with 50 employees or more, and products to people with less than 50 employees. We're going to use the product with 50 employees or more because I want to get to a firm level analysis. And that's about 1/7 of the US population, so about 85% of their workers. In the paper that John and I did, we actually broke down the wage dynamics of wage setting in this earlier period between small firms and big firms. They look nearly identical. Again, most people are given 3% per year, regardless of company going forward. I'm going to focus on these base pay measures that I told you. I'm going to show you some results when we could actually throw in some bonuses if people had bonuses over this time period. And then we'll work on job stayers and job changers. ADP is so large that there are a tremendous amount of job changers just moving from one ADP firm to another ADP firm. So that is going to be my job changer sample. I am not going to be able to see an EUE movement. So I'm just going to basically see E to E at some duration difference because ADP has 1/7 of the population. That population, I'm going to show Kyle in a second, is pretty representative. We're just going to scale up the job changers by 7 in our data, just like John and I did in our paper. Okay, I told you the firms are the ones who contract with ADP. So as a result, we're going to see all the behavior of a given firm and how they set wages of all workers during a given time period. So we could actually look at the coordination across workers within a firm. I'm going to use two terms going through. I'm going to define an on-cycle wage change. Essentially, every firm in the economy has 1 month where they adjust the wages of most of their workers. Okay, at Chicago, it is basically July. And so that's going to be what I'm going to call the on-cycle month, which is basically the month for which the vast majority of the wage changes in your firm does. And then I'm going to show you, define an off-cycle month as every other month. And I'm going to show you patterns by on-cycle and off-cycle as we go through. Okay, let's go to Kyle's question. So John and I did this in our paper. The 1/7, the selection that comes into ADP are one major form, which is really, really big firms are not in ADP because they tend to do their payroll within house. Aside from that, it is relatively not relative, it is very representative of the firm size distribution in the US population, except for those really big firms. It is very representative of the US population by industry, and it is very representative of the population by demographics, at least benchmarked to things like the CPS. Now, we could also reweight the data to make it exactly representative by firm size and industry. We find in any of the results in our paper that our unweighted and weighted results are exactly the same in almost all scenarios. So I'm going to show you everything unweighted today, but we could always weight on those margins. And in the paper, when I can release it, I can't release it for 2 weeks until it goes finished going through its ADP review. But the unweighted and weighted are both in the paper. And I'm going to benchmark to the CPS in like 2 slides, and you're going to see exactly what's going on. Okay. I'm going to look at 2 types of analysis on the worker side. I'm going to look at an annual analysis, and I'm going to basically, for each month, compute a nominal wage growth for each worker between T minus 12 and T. And I'm going to show you the full distribution of those in different moments of that distribution. We're going to do it for job stayers. And the job stayers, anytime I use the word job stayers, that is going to be a worker who's continuously employed for 13 consecutive months between T minus 12 and T at exactly the same firm. We're going to have job changers. I'm going to define a job changer as somebody at being one ADP firm in month T minus 12 and another ADP firm at month T, with no restriction on what happens to them between the two. Again, I told you I'm not going to be able to distinguish EUE from EE or any of those components. I'm going to also have a 4-year or 5-year version of that. The 5-year version or 4-year version is going to be job stayers is the same firm over those 49 months or 61 months at the same firm. And the job changers are going to be at some month at T and some different from a month firm at some T plus 48 and T plus 60. Okay. So
this is the first thing I just want to show you to kind of get to Kyle's question. So I'm going to make a real wage index on average doing the following. It's the same thing that's in the CPS, that Atlanta Fed wage tracker index. I'm going to compare to the CPS. Let me tell you what the Atlanta Fed is. They take the median wage growth in the CPS workers from outgoing rotation month 4 to outgoing rotation month 8, so a year apart, and compute median wage growth for the economy. They do it nominally. I create a nominal index out of that wage growths. I create the index normalized to 1 in 2017 month 1, and then I deflate it by a price index indexed at month 1 2017 to make a real index. I'm going to do the same thing in the ADP, taking the median wage growth, pooling together job stayers and job changers, weighting up job changers by 7, and do the exact same index. And to Kyle's question, it is on top of the CPS. And Giuseppe and I have been talking, he's been using the CPS. Both the CPS and ADP provides a pretty good measure of nominal wage growth of the US population. And so that's the benchmark number 1. Benchmark number 2 that I want to just talk about, and this came in the paper, you saw a very similar picture last year when Hassan was presenting. During this period, real wages fell during the inflation period and have never caught back up relative to some pre-trend. And that pre-trend is because we're following the same worker over time. There's a life cycle component to wage growth that shows up in all periods. And then there's an aggregate component on top of that life cycle component. So a 0 nominal wage trend is not a realistic trend in any of the models we write down, at least for the life cycle component. And then there's an aggregate component on top of that. So I just projected out the trend in the pre-period. You see a big decline in real wages. And then they're trugging along at exactly the same trend as they did in the pre-lit period. The slope of the line pre-2021 and the slope of the line post-2021. Again, we could all debate about what the trend is. This paper is not about that. It's just a launching off point to kind of say, for the aggregate, real wages have shifted down. They haven't come back at some level, even to the pre-period level for the median worker into something like 2014. And I'm going to show you the whole distribution of these. And then we could then talk about whether we want a 4% trend or 2% trend, a 1% trend, a 0% trend. But I'm going to show you the whole distribution of this kind of picture going forward. Guido.
Eric, what do we do with the people that disappear from your data set? And do you think that disappearance is random?
I do think, I'm going to argue it's random, that ADP has a random sample of the US population, and is a random sample of firms. The people who transfer within ADP firms, I'm going to assume, are the ones that are very similar to transferring outside of the ADP firms that I don't observe. And this gives me comfort because the CPS doesn't have that missing selection issue that Guido is talking about. Give me 1 second, Giuseppe. It's within the data for what they see. They can't tell who's a job changer, who's not, but for what they see. And
In the survey in the 8th month, which
exactly. And so if we weight by their weights to control, at least on observables, that is a different selection issue for the CPS. Whatever those selection issues are, the two things look like each other. ADP has a selection issue. Right. CPS has a selection issue. They are very different selection issues, and they kind of look like each other. I do want to say one thing, and this is Giuseppe's working on this. Anybody saw his SED presentation? The CPS does not track job changers. They impute job changers because they don't know what happens to you in those 8 months between outgoing rotation 4 and outgoing rotation 8. And so if we disentangle the CPS job stayers from job changers, they don't look like the ADP data. And part of the reason is if the ADP data is kind of correct in terms of who changes jobs, because I see you at a different firm, and you're imputing in the CPS, you're going to classify a whole bunch of people who might be job stayers as actually being job changers who are actually job stayers from their imputation. and you're tending to underpredict the amount of wage growth that you're seeing from job changers. Giuseppe's trying to correct for that in the CPS using other types of surveys. That blue line in the CPS from Giuseppe's presentation at the SED looks much closer to the ADP data than the uncorrected CPS. That's just a word of caution for people who are using CPS job changing type of data without Giuseppe's eventual correction. Okay, that's all blah, blah, blah. Background as a launching off point. Let's kind of get into what we're doing here now. So we're going to show first the wage changes of job stayers. So I'm going to pull over 2 periods. The light gray in the background is the average in the pre-period, 2016 to 2019, the distribution of annual wage changes during that period. The blue lines that are highlighted are the changes during the inflation period from 2021 to 2023. And then I'll show you 2024 and 2025 on the next slide. But the key thing is during the inflation period, we know the inflation was kind of peaking around 6 or 7%. This distribution moves slightly to the right during this period. And I'll show you some numbers on how it moved over this period. There is a lot of people who got big changes in the recent period relative to the prior period. And again, these are nominal wage. I'm going to show everything in real in a couple of slides. Just in terms of numbers and nominal wage changes, you know, this is the fraction in different bins. So this is, I'm never showing you the negatives during this period because just like John and I's paper, there's essentially known people with nominal wage cuts in the data in any period. And, you know, 1.7%, 1.6% in the pre-period in the inflation period. So that's the last thing I'm ever going to say about nominal wage cuts in this paper. But the people who get 0 is about 20%. This is smaller than what John and I had in our paper. We had about 30% in the 2008 to 2016. That was a weaker labor market time. And over this pre-period and the post-period, now essentially 80% of workers get a wage change at least once a year. And that number didn't change much between the inflation and post-period. Greg.
My question's coming from the next number, so talk
Okay,
about
let me go to the next number. And now I'm just in this one. I'm going to show you a whole bunch more distributions in a second, but just in terms of things, 0 to 4%, 4 to 10, 10 to 20, and greater than 20%. These are just the percentages in the pre-period and the post-period. So again, you see a shift from less 0 to 4, more 4 to 10, more 10 to 20, more 20 to 30. But in the back of your mind, we're talking about in distribution, like 14% of the workers are going to be kind of shifting this in an aggregate sense. I'm going to show you worker by worker in a second, but I just want to say it's not 100% of the workers or 80% of the workers that are shifting dramatically across these broad bins. The narrow bins is what I just showed you.
So Eric, if we take those 15% of people, which is sort of not trivial, who did get above normal wage growth, does any of that motivating data that you showed us allow us to kind of ask whether amongst that group the consumer confidence is not falling? Because that would really be the ultimate test of this kind of story you're trying to tell.
Well, I'm going to use the Belgium as a big ultimate test.
Yeah, but there's a lot going on here. This is...
Yeah, but there's going to be one thing when I do heterogeneity. And so the heterogeneity I could see that is correlated with those households, you know, those kind of general, is often by income groups. And then I'll have different income group responses that line up in a way that is consistent with the real wage decline. Now, some of that is also the income groups are getting ASIF stuff on the backside that I don't actually see. But I'm going to defer to Greg's question a little bit more. The answer is I don't have a real good smoking gun in those household Pew surveys aside from income. And I'm going to defer that discussion until I show you the income patterns.
Eric, what happens if you average at the individual level a little bit, 2 years together?
I'm going to show you 2 slides, Guido. 2 slides.
Can I
okay,
just-
1.5 slides. Go ahead.
Can I just ask, because you showed things as a median before, which was not the obvious choice I had expected. Is that because this thing here moves? Is it because the mean is actually fine? It's just that
No,
there's
the
some.
mean is just, I'm going to give me 2 seconds. I'm going to show you the whole distributions, and I'm going to show you what parts of the distributions move, including both the tails in a few seconds. Give me, again, 2 slides. What I'm going to get to those kind of, so you could integrate the means of these things. What I didn't do the means, sometimes there is some, you know, large numbers in the tails. So I always think we should be focusing on the tails. But when I compare to the CPS, aside from the median, any part of the distribution in the CPS is just swamped by measurement error. And so when I was trying to anchor, so the median is a good apples to apples with the CPS. And now I'm just going to try to show you the whole distributions all the way through.
So, Eric, just as a, so you're kind of focusing on this like 7% because inflation was 7%. But I mean, there could be other things that happen to, for example, changes in productivity.
Give me a few seconds and I'll show you what I'm going to find cumulative. And then I'm going to talk to you about what could be a threat to some of these things or what is not a threat in some of these things going forward. So let me just kind of come in, and it'll come through when I get to some of the firm level heterogeneity as well. So let me do two more things. But Gianluca's question of what is that productivity doing during this period, let me defer a little bit, and I promise we'll come back to that because that's going to be part of other stories on the background. Okay. So let me just, the first thing, this is 24 to 25. You kind of move somewhat back, particularly at the tie tail to the pre-period. There's still a little shift in the middle away from 2% towards 4%, but the upper end looks very similar to the pre-period in this period as well. Okay, so this is kind of the averaging kind of period that we're talking about. And I'm going to do not just 2 years, I'm going to do 4 years. So these are for job stayers. We'll do the same for job changers and we'll put them together a little bit later. But this is for job stayers who stay with the same firm for 4-year consecutive periods. And just in the back of your mind, about, I'm going to say, a third of workers who start in December 2020 in our ADP sample stay at the same firm 4 years later. And I'm doing 4 years to start. I'll show you 5 years through December 2025 in a little bit, because in the pre-period, because they throw away John's data and my data, I can only do 4 years in the pre-period. So I want to do apples to apples. So the light gray line is starting in December 2015 and go through 2019. So you can kind of see a baseline of what a 4-year cumulative job staying real wage growth. And everything here is real wage, just deflated by the CPI. And I'll show you the CDF in a few seconds to try to get at some of the complete cumulative distribution. But this is just the PDF. And your eye just sees a couple of things. The whole mass has just shifted down during this period. The upper tail, very similar. And you're going to see this going through. So when we start talking about productivity stories, there's going to be a very nuanced productivity story within a firm that the top end is going to keep moving, but only the middle and the bottom is going to be hollowed out. So that's going to be thing when we start thinking about some of those productivity stories. And this is the zero real wage line. The blue bars to the left of this zero is 43% of all workers who stayed at the same firm had a real wage decline at the end of 2024 relative to 2020. In a normal pre-period, that number is like about 20% or so. And the size of the real wage decline for those who had a decline was 7%. Where during the pre-period, those who had a decline, there was less of them, and the average decline was relatively smaller. This spike in the pre-period is just people who had zero real wage over a 4-year period, and that's where kind of the mass is. There was a mass of people who just had zeros. Here we had that plus a whole bunch of other people on top of that.
Eric, quick question.
Yeah.
Do we know something about the overall size of these, of how many people are in this situation? What I'm thinking about is some of these workers could have been getting wages above their marginal productivity for some reason, and inflation brought down their real wages, allowed them to stay in the firms.
They moved to what?
The inflation got the real wages down, and then firms didn't fire them or something.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering if there's something that we.
Except in another 4-year period, this is what the distribution looks. For whatever reasons, these periods could be somewhat very different in productivity.
Right.
That hits bottom workers very different than top workers, because the top part of these distributions are very similar. And so that's all I'm going to be able to say is during this period for these workers.
But this is the conditional distribution. This is conditional on staying in the firm for 4 years.
Exactly. I'm going to then show you the
Okay.
job changers, and I'm going to put them all both together. I'm going to show you another version of this, putting together job changers and job stayers in a little while.
What are the numbers?
Yeah, the numbers, how many people are.
I said it was 33%, about a third of workers who started in December 20, stayed 4 years later, 2/3 of them switched to another job. In the pre-period, it was very similar,
Okay.
but just by like 3 or 4 percentages, whatever we got with the churn from Giuseppe's index during this period, it was something like 35%, versus something like, 65 versus like 30 versus 60. So in the pre-period. And so those are going to be in the weighted, when I put together job changers and job stayers, we'll have that both in the pre-period and the post-period. But just in the back of your mind, about 1/3 of workers are staying with their same firm for a 4-year period. Yeah, Adam.
CPI in particular, like how to handle housing in this period?
All of this period, the variation was relatively small, even compared to the pre-period. And I'm just going to say, aside from a couple of broad regional cuts where the patterns look very similar, I have not done anything else with regional at this period. So this is just aggregate for the wages that I'm putting together. And I could do it by sub-region, but there I didn't even change the price index. And I'm just saying that the sub-regions, things also look very similar. Yeah, Sasha.
Like maybe real ink didn't fall quite as much because they're offsetting.
I don't have anything on hours and so forth, but it's something we could look at as we're going through. Yes, what do we got to? Yep, in a few minutes. So I'm going to do income, age, work from home status in a couple of slides. Okay. Let me just show you the CDF. What? I do have total earnings. I just didn't do it here. I just said haven't done it. It's not that it can't be done. It just hasn't been done. And this is just, again, this is just the CDF with the pre-period in terms of the distribution relative to the post-period. You can see it's a hollowing out for those who stay at the firm towards the bottom part of the wage growth distribution. And then we'll break it out by the wage level in a little while, but this is in the wage growth distribution. Okay. So now I'm going to flip to what's going on within the firm and how the workers in those firms might have gotten some of them big and some of them small at the same firm. And then we'll go to job changers after that. So this is just something Christina and I like. It's unrelated to some of the stuff I'm doing. It's just, if I asked you how many workers got a wage change of exactly 3% or exactly 2.5%, this is what this distribution is showing. So I'm basically only sampling now to people who got wage changes between 0 and 6%, which is most of the distribution, not all of it. And the spikes are the number of people who got exactly 3%, exactly 2.5, exactly 1.5. The people who got exactly 3% during this period was 14% of the workers. When I say exactly 3%, it's like 2.99 to 3.01. Okay. And if I go a little bit out and put a little bit of rounding on that, and basically allowing for the fact when, like at Chicago, if I was making 150,000, I get 3%, that's going to come up to something like, I don't know, 154,000 and change. They might round that to 155,000. So a little bit extra on that. 22% of people got between 2.9 and 3.1 over. And that number is very constant over time, even through the inflation period. And if you look at any whole number, like 2, 3, 4, or half number, it was exactly at those half numbers. It was about 42% of workers. And those numbers with a little noise next to those numbers was about 60% of workers. So when you're thinking about workers, the kind of firms are clumping at these round numbers. Fair enough. You know, Adrian gets 4%, Patrick gets 1%. Maybe the firm uses the variation across these round numbers to differentiate workers. What I'm going to show you now is that's not the case. Within Stanford, if you're a 3.5% firm, everybody's getting pretty close to 3.5%. So I'm going to now define a firm nominal wage growth norm. So what am I going to do? So for each firm in each year during their modal month, give me 1 second to define and I'll take your questions. During each year and during each month, I'm going to take your firm in each year, take your modal wage change month, your on-cycle month, and ask in 1 percentage point bands, 2.5 to 3.5, 1.5 to 2.5, and ask what was your modal wage change for the workers you gave during that period. And I'm going to call that your norm. And so some firms are going to be 2.5 to 3.5. Some are going to be 1.5 to 2.5. I'm going to show you how these norms change by first of the distribution of these norms across firms and how they change over time. But before that, I'm going to do one more thing. For each worker in your firm, I'm going to ask how big was your wage change relative to the midpoint of that norm. And then I'm going to ask how many people are within a certain percentage of the midpoint of those norms. And I'm going to show you that on the next slide after I take Cynthia's question.
But you're also going to show us how many people are how far away when they're not in the normal.
Exactly. And so I'm going to do off-cycle stuff again, coming soon.
And
yeah.
just on the on-cycle, off-cycle, so is there an increase in the frequency of cycles during the inflation and you see that?
So
Okay.
we'll get to the off-cycle, just as a spoiler alert, more off-cycle stuff is going to be occurring during this period. And that's how the top of the distribution is going to be keeping up. There's going to be people stuck at the norm, or stuck is a judgmental word, people staying at the norm. And then there's going to be these people who get the off-cycle changes. But on the norm, pre-period, post-period, not much change. 60% of workers within a firm on the on-cycle month are getting a wage increase basically in your norm. And then if you go just a little bit away from the norm, like 1.5% on each side, that's about most of your workers, about 85%. And then there's another mass, like 10 to 15%, that are going to get these big wage changes. Some of those are going to be a lot disproportionately are going to come from the off-cycle kind of periods. So within a firm, again, when we start thinking about our models that we're writing down about wage setting and bargaining that's going on at the level, there's just a lot of clumping at the firm level for a majority of their workers.
That's base wages, right?
This is all base wages. Yep.
You're going to talk about the same clause with bonuses?
Yeah, I have nothing changes because the bonuses, when they came, there was an increase in bonuses in 2023, but they don't get amortized. So they gave you $1,000, but then the next year, your purchasing power on your base wage was still, the price level went up permanently, even though the inflation rate was temporary. So those bonuses, you're just all future wages. So when we put in the bonuses you accrued into your wages, put them in the same units, the distributions are nearly identical. And so I have some slides at the appendix. If anybody wants to stick around after, I could show you the distributions with bonuses. Okay, so let me just do one more thing and then I'll take Greg's question. This is the distribution of wage norms by firm. And so 1.5 to 2.5 means that was the share of firms who was giving the modal wage increase to their workers somewhere between 1.5 and 2%. And you can see most firms are giving most of their workers about 3% in the post period and about 3% in the inflation period as well. This norm adjustment changed slightly during this period, but far less than the inflation rate that was moving this period. So the elasticity of your wage norm with the inflation rate in the time series over the 10 periods we have is something like 0.1. So there was a movement up in your firm norm, but far level 1-for-1 with the inflation rate during this period. And during the inflation period, again, 3/4 of workers were still in firms that had a wage growth norm that was in like the 2 to 4% range. Let me take Cynthia first, and then I'll go to Benjamin.
I think you skipped Greg.
Well, oh, Greg first. Greg was pondering, so I probably Greg. Okay. Okay.
On the slide before, I just want to understand what you're showing us. So you're taking the modal month for each firm.
Yep.
And then you're constructing the dispersion around the norm in that month for each firm.
Yeah.
And then this
First
is
compute the norm and then the dispersion around that norm, where the midpoint of the norm is where I'm anchoring everything.
and is there a selection?
So basically
to-
that first burn is just the people in the norm to exact, not approximation, exact.
What I want to understand is how many firms have a norm month? And if you think about like firms that have less of a norm month, do they have also less of a peak?
Every
in their
firm has a
own-
norm month. Okay, to be one fair, I should have been more precise. By construction, we took in our sample, every firm that had at least 30% of their workers got a wage increase. And about 30% of the workers was at the norm. So there is a set of firms that didn't have a norm that was very small as a share of the overall workers. Most firms had a norm, and you're going to see there is measurement error floating around. There are some firms whose modal increase was somewhere about 10%. Not a huge amount, but that was kind of their modal increase during that period. Cynthia.
I just want to make sure that what I was interested in was clear, but you don't need to answer. I'm interested in the correlation between having a norm month and having dispersion around the norm within the month. So if a firm is just more diffuse over the year, are they also more diffuse in the wage changes they give to their employees? Like
Oh.
across employees?
I did not check that. So we could check that. So this is because this was on month, and it's essentially all workers who get a wage change. If you only get one change, you get it in the on cycle month. Okay. And so we know 80% of workers are getting a wage change. And so these firms are having some sort of, I have not correlated the fraction of off cycle with the norm. 10 minutes? Oh, I'm keeping it. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. It's perfect. So let me kind of get Benjamin, let me do one more thing and then we'll come back to the end because I want to do two things to kind of show you, and I'll do them both relatively quickly, and then I'll take all questions on all of those in a second. So first, this I already showed you. Off-cycle wage changes. Now I'm comparing to on-cycle wage changes over all periods. In the distribution of off-cycle in the gray. Gray means off-cycle now, not pre-period here. The distribution of off-cycle is always much higher than on-cycle. So if you're off-cycle, you're much more likely to get big wage increases. And this is Adrian's question. The share of off-cycle jumped sharply by about 10 percentage points during the inflation period. And these are the fraction of people who got multiple jobs. Again, if you got one, essentially all were in your on-cycle month. And so these are the people who got more than one. It went from 15% to about 27% during this period. Yeah.
Okay, so that kind of sort of what I'm getting. So my takeaway is that there's a permanent reduction in real wages during this period. What if you just add up the total compared to like the indexes? How much less is the total drop in real wages than the median or the index that's captured by the fact that there seems to be a group of people at the top who actually seem to, we had redistribution go towards them. So
that's kind of like the CDF. I got to figure out a way to kind of integrate the CDF. Let me talk about that after. It's on our mind to try to do that last step that Greg kind of talked about. And I have not done that yet. Let me do one more thing and then I'm going to take these two questions afterwards and then I'll take questions into the last 5 minutes. Then I'll show you Belgium stuff. The size of off-cycle wage changes in the inflation period were also higher on average than during the pre-period. So there was more off-cycle and the response during off-cycle was much bigger. I'm going to do two more. What? This is all nominal. This is all nominal here because it's a 3% bench like in nominal. But let me do the job changers and then we could have a discussion and then I'll just end with Belgium. And so what I'm showing here in the blue line is the nominal wage change of job changers and job stayers in each month, year over year, relative to the inflation rate in that month. And job changers tend to move 1 for 1 with the inflation rate. So their real wages were relatively constant over periods of time. The job stayers, we've already seen, move much less than real 1 for 1, and the wage norms was much less than that. So this is the difference between the off-cycle and the distribution moving up during that period of time. And now, if I put together job changers and job stayers together, and take a look at the distribution of job changers, as Joe said, is always much more dispersed in all periods. And again, the distribution has shifted to the left, incorporating job changers and job stayers during this period. And so again, 37% of workers over this period, inclusive of the job changers, had a real wage decline. That's about a little over 20% in the pre-period. And so again, we had this mass of movement of real wage decline. Not even there, we could then define about productivity growth, whether it was negative or not. But again, just real wage declines. And then with some trend, there's another missing mass of people who, hasn't kept up with even 2% growth during that period of time. So let me take questions here. This is through 25. Let me take questions here. Profits also jumped during the same period by exactly the same period, by exactly the labor share times the about a 3% decline in real wages. I'll tell you why I'm using 3 as opposed to 4 during this period. And you see literally lockstep during this period. Let me take these two and then I'll come to you, Patrick, because they've been waiting for a while.
Super interesting. So it's a descriptive anatomy of how kind of firms change wages. But I think what makes it interesting for me is, in a sense, hearing, well, they could do it a different way. Is it like you call it a firm wage policy? But there I kind of think about a counterfactual. What if I had been in a different firm that had adopted a Belgian policy in a sense? I know that you then seem to go to Belgium, but is there some evidence you can show that firms do it differently? They adjust more and it's consequential for these workers that are
We
firms?
tried, we did not get a lot of power to try to take a look for the variation of 3.5% firms to 4.5%, because that's a lot of where our variation was on things like turnover rates. Because again, the turnover rates over long periods are large anyways. We just didn't even have enough power in the ADP. We were looking for something like that.
And is there a sense even descriptively that the worker that is in a firm that did 3.2% would have gotten a different wage change for a very similar firm in the same industry and location? So it's an excess firm wage policy.
We have not done that kind of decomposition yet. No, everybody deferred them. Everybody deferred them this time. And so let me show you Belgium and then we'll kind of go through. And then I'll just leave your question.
That was a great technique.
There is the heterogeneity stuff I could show you. Let me just show you the Belgium stuff quick, and then I'll just answer questions in the last part, even though their heterogeneity is there as well. So Belgium is, again, by national wage setting agreements, even at the firm level, but it's covered by national, has to have real wage, at least 0 real wage growth. Now, during this period, they also put on a maximum wage growth, which also was 0 real. So every firm in the country had a 0 real wage increase for all of their workers during this time period. So I'm going to show you patterns for Belgium, and I'm going to compare it to Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, EU broadly. All of those other countries look very similar to the US. And all of those countries had exactly the same inflation rates, had exactly the same employment rates, and also had exactly the same shares of shocks of immigration from Ukraine during these periods. Again, when I say exactly, 2.1% versus 1.9%, they are very similar in these kind of other aggregate dynamics. This is just the real wage series. All the other countries kind of look like the US in their real wage index. I take the real wages just from Eurostat. They have a harmonized measure of kind of real wage or nominal wage growth per worker for each of the countries in the medium, like the CPS aggregate. I'm just taking that, making an index, deflating by their inflation, country-specific inflation rates. Belgium came right back, as they should, given the national setting rules. This is their consumer sentiment measures. So country by country, I just download these from Fred. I indexed every country's consumer sentiment to 0 in 2016 Q1, and then I take averages over bins. And so in the pre-period, not much of a trend. Every country is still close to 0 in the pre-period. This is after the peak of inflation. Consumer confidence in every country fell, less so in Belgium, because real wages actually started recovering. I should have mentioned in Belgium, about 2/3 of the contracts are indexed every year, 70%, and then the rest are rolling. And every time the inflation rate hits 2%, you get an increase even throughout the year. And so some of the responsiveness occurred before 2003, but by basically mid-2003, every country had been, every sector had been basically back in real terms. And then what happens by 2023 or 2024, and then relative to the pre-periods, all these other countries have stayed confidence relatively low. Belgium is kind of going back to trend. It didn't go completely back to trend, but essentially back to trend during these periods. So in a country, again, that look very similar, the main thing that differs is the real wage indexation, at least by this one measure. Again, it's only one that they've seems to have rebounded during this period. Jonathan, we're out of question. We're in the last 5 minutes. Our group's only first and last 5. And then this is just, last slide, and I'll just leave it here, and then we'll take questions, and I'll stay as long as anybody wants to talk after. Where is the, where is the, why would we care about this? So suppose we had a Calvo model just changing to the frequency of wage adjustment, nominal wage adjustments. Most of our models have something that looks like, wages adjust something once a year, a little bit more than once a year. Most of these workers then will go back to their kind of marginal product, their Nash bargained wage, whatever it is, within a 24-month period. It's hard to get a long shadow for these all workers with our standard models of kind of nominal rigidity. Now, again, it does take a sense on what kind of shocks are coming. Gianluca asked about productivity early on. Again, if there's a productivity shock, and productivity did dip in 2022 quarter one, it kind of rebounded by 2023. And during that period, if it was a productivity shock that hit only the bottom of the firm distribution across all sectors in a way that was also lasting 5 years out, that could explain these kind of stories. The Belgium kind of story at least helps explain that maybe there was something a little bit more than going on after that. Okay. Perfect.